love paper like a fax machine. No rims on the whip, but I still keep it waxed and clean. The little armor roll on them tires to give it that gleam. I'm on my grown man shit, I ain't trying to be seen. Real hitters on they calm shit, know what I mean. You stacking paper, but your source of income ain't clean. So why the fuck would you show off, bringing heat to yourself? You get bagged, you ask me, you defeated yourself. At everybody in your business, from the bums to the bitches, to the snitches, to the cops, to the killers with the biscuits that'll trump you for them digits. Or they might take it further, kidnap one of your kinfolk, pay up or it's a murder. All that, cause you wanna show people you all that. Me, I fall back, let it all stack. Closet full of clothes, shoes on all racks. Walking real light, I ain't got nothing to prove, I'm just enjoying my life. Fly out to Vegas, I'm enjoying my nights. In the days that I stayed, ain't gotta let nobody know that I'm paid. It's a hit and run game, you either get in or get out, or you'll be on your way to the grave or the big house. And either one is fun, you'll find out when you get there. Wishing you picked a better career, a better career. Neither one is fun, you'll find out when you get there. Wishing you picked a better career, a better career.
We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit.
Loose lips sink ships. When niggas start dropping knowledge, why you act like a bitch? You feeling tough? Swallow these pills, digest these gems. Chakra means wheels, the real spin is more than just rims. The first name of God in the Bible is Elohim, meaning these beings, we seeing reflections of them. You hear the mark of the beast, you hear that all the time. This is the mark of Yah, talk about that 999. Slice of ginger every day, B, it's good for your shine. When you charge up off that sun gazing, all the wicked go blind. The pale focus moon people, not the soul design. That sensitivity, different soul, but everything's in the mind. Ether, water, fire, earth and air. 88 constellations, 64 squares. Know what you're living for, unlock the furious 5. Your hands tell on judgment day, or you've done when you were alive. This is a expose. Are you fact or you fiction? Life is sacred and every action is your definition.
Listen, I suppress how I express when I smoke. Cause most folk got depressed when I spoke. I expose the truth with proof in every choke. I cut the fat off the facts with acts I invoke. Every lyric revealing we the people need their healing. Putting power in political hands, but most conceal it. Their weapons, their plans won't revolt the feeding land. But you'll vote for a man who stands on glass ceilings, or women who support the system in his talk and his plot to pick us off the planet with dark dealings. Damn it, you know they planned it. They underhanded, don't get caught in bald feelings. That's paid advertising, media making lies ring. Ears appear surviving, years of fears aligning. Tears in your eyes dividing. Got you fighting for your life or sacrifice for providing. The love is the vice you devised in. Reestablish human status, reviving. Conscious like Joey Badass, revising. Life-loving legacy is pleasantly surprising. In times when the honey is heavy in your mind, man, I take a toke and choke from my folk like Pac dropped the liquor for what he considered nigga. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished, that's my trigger. And I ain't a monkey on the run with a gun or a rich cracker nigga. I'm an outlaw RBG gorilla. Outlaw RBG gorilla. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit. We expose secret. When you hear it, peep it. Or stay ignorant on that sheep shit.
Yeah. Peace, pal. You know what it is. Peace of the mind, power refined. What you do with that power make you evil or divine. We choose divinity each and every time over here. I don't know about y'all. I love that video. Man, every time I see that video, man, everything just go through me. I remember exactly what was happening. But yeah, exposing the secret. Shout out to Tico Hudson for that production. You know what I mean? Shout out to Big Yo for the video. And you know what I mean? Shout out to my brothers Nick Nines and Scorpius. You know what I mean? Coming through. DJ Godstick, you know what I'm saying, in the background, always right there. You know what I mean? Always gotta have your DJ with you. You know what I mean? Hip hop, ain't it? You know what it is, man. Peace to the gods, war on the devil. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's only peace for the gods, but it's war on the devil. Man. With that being said, I want to bring up something that happened back in 1851. Okay. We just had 911 and they would talk about, you know me, remember 911. Oh, remember. Get out of here, man. Anyhow, listen. Back in September 11th in Christiana, Pennsylvania in 1851. Peep that. 1851. You know, they was still dealing with the slave catchers. You know what I mean? They had just passed the slave catcher rule. They had reinforced it. But there's a brother named William Parker who put together a group called the Mutual Protection Organization. He was an escaped prisoner of war, what they would like to call a slave, but an enslaved African who had escaped into Pennsylvania from, I believe, Virginia, and was it Maryland? Anyhow, maybe Maryland, but he was staying there, had been there for some time. He was kind of versed on the Bible, so he used to do preaching. He couldn't read, couldn't write, but he was versed on the Bible and knew the Bible verses. So they would call him the preacher, all around good dude, but he had made a vow to, during this time, stop anybody who was trying to recapture prisoners, you know what I mean, Africans, and make them prisoners of war, enslaved beings again. And he had everybody, all the blacks in that area with him to do so. And he was holding one or two of these four escaped prisoners of war, what they call slaves, and their ex-kidnapper, you know what I mean, came to reclaim what he called was his property. And they did not let that happen. Not only the men in the house, but the women in the house did not let that happen. And they put up a fight till the town came through, till the black people in the town came through, and they did not let that happen. The kidnapper lost his life. His son got shot up real good, you know. But I mention all this to say that if in 1851, you know what I mean, while being what they would call free, one of our peoples, our brother, this phenomenal man, could take and make the choice, life or death, to defend the freedom of anybody who made the choice he did. You know what I mean? And in the midst of it, you know, there was people inside who wanted to like just give in, but he wouldn't let it happen. His journey took him to receive the assistance of Frederick Douglass for a night or two. But he made such an impression on Frederick Douglass that, you know, he forever revered him and was quoted to say that he never considered them as murderers, but just defenders of their right to live and survive in humanity. And so a lot of the times when we do something, we do it because we're afraid of what our oppressive forces and that leadership will have to say about us via the law or their rules, which ain't really law. Universal law is the only law. That's just rules. You know what I'm saying? But how their system is set up to function. And the purpose of why we do opposite things of the system and the colonized minds, because we are not working within the system. That's not the purpose. We don't want to do that. And as much as we have to in certain aspects, we also know that we're working to stop this. I could live just perfectly fine without this. I'm still breathing. Just remember that. So in this day and time, when we go through what we go through, and we hold cameras watching the atrocities happen so they can be filmed. You know what I'm saying? Pull back on William Parker. Call on him. Let him come through and start whooping these asses. Start handling your business. Trust. If there's four police and there's 7 of y'all, you can make a difference. One of y'all might have to catch a bad one. You know what I'm saying? But you both are going to be alive. Beating 2, take a lot out. It'll probably stop him from killing 1. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, shake that softness off and handle that business. I mean, we are in a state of emergency, aren't we? Oh, you don't know? All right. Why you think this type of music that we play here on Do the Knowledge Radio is played? Because we're in a state of emergency. Stop trying to be distracted and entertained by the decadence and bullshit. You see the bullshit. You know it's bullshit. You know it. And you still just like, yeah, well, you know, this is what we got. But we're showing you got something else too. Come give the support. You know what it is. Subscribe, like, share. Do the Knowledge Radio. Soon be out of the great MVE. Like, subscribe, share my YouTube. Check us out. You know what I'm saying? Understand. We've been here. It's been a minute since I've been here. So, you know, we coming back. We took some time off handling life necessities. But we ain't go nowhere, obviously. We had an amazing time at the RBG Atlanta Music Fest. It rained on us and we still, you know, rocked it out. We just took that as a blessing, just moved inside and did what we did. Tahir RBG came through and, you know what I mean, literally shook the building and raised the conscience, raised the spirits, brought the ancestors for truth. You know what I'm saying? If you wasn't there, you wasn't there, you missed it. Yeah, it should have been there. You know what I'm saying? And then, oh man, the 7th annual, man, listen, we had the building on fire so much. He had to kick us out. Not in a bad way. Like, yo, I don't want y'all to leave, but you know what I mean? If y'all don't leave, stop right now. It's going to be another 2 hours before everybody got to go. We already passed the time. So, you know, we was getting it. You know what I mean? Everybody who showed up. Shout out to Big Yo. Big Yo came through and just, yo, the cure is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Big Yo is the truth. Came through and did his thing. Mike Chambers came through and did his thing. Oh man, it was fire. Shout out to Tahir RBG as well, because he was there and in the front row, just watching everything and enjoying it. You know, as artists or a person on stage performing, talking, whatever, you like to interact with somebody. Somebody should be there, and you know what I mean. So that just builds to the character of the person and the artist who will sit up front and watch everybody do their thing and participate as part of the crowd. Good looking. Appreciate love that. What's good with y'all? My fault. Listen, you know what I mean? Shout out to my father, Samuel Brown Jr. Shout out to Malik Kalam, with the Zulu, with the Z to it. Shout out to Biz Bronzeword, the Biz, Russ Blade, Odanology, Oh No. You know, shout out to my peoples, you know what I'm saying, who here, who hasn't been here. What we dealing with? We dealing with sponsors. You know, it's always Irie Fronto is always here with the God. You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. You ain't seen it. You don't know it. Take a look at it. When you see it, go get it. Yeah, shout out. Rebel Vision. Ken Wardo. It's good, my peoples. They got a show over here now. Yes, right. Check them out. They got a show over here. Shout out to Congo Blue, Philadelphia, natural hair care. You know what I'm saying? You there, come over there, go over there, check her out. And Zinga Bay Blue, she gonna take care of your scalp, take care of your head, take care of your spirit and your soul. Facts. Trooped. I'm here in Snellville. When I'm here, you know, it's always Tele Beauty. Shout out to Tele Beauty. She'll take care of all your hair needs as well. No matter what it is, natural hair or not, she got you. Yeah, people. It's been a minute. A lot of things been going on. Tupac transition yesterday. Today is Nas born. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who know me know it'd be funny when I be talking about Nas because you know, my name was Godson like 5-10 years before he had Godson tatted. So it just be funny sometimes. And they be like, yo, original Godson. But you know what? That Godson album is one of my favorite Nas albums anyhow, which is hilarious. Everybody likes everything else. But shout out to Nas on his born. And man, you know Dr. Enqi is coming through here. So I don't want to get involved in too much of a convo. When he come through, you know what it is. He be bringing the jewels, and we just be building. And whatever you had before you got here is gonna be multiplied more when you leave. So stay tuned in for that for sure. And look, I'm trying to make a segue and shit. It didn't work. I was just saying. I was trying to see if it was gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So we got shows coming up. Just so y'all know, just in case you didn't know, we are gonna be in LA, over that way, and we're gonna be, you know, building with one of the best lyricists on the planet to ever have done it. You know what I mean? Throughout the whole antles of poetry and writing. You know what I mean? And to spend some time building with the God and out there building with the gods out in LA. Then we also going to be going to the underground scene for a second, handling some things with Fleet DJ's own DJ Earl E, out there with DJ XXL. You know what I mean? Fleet DJ's own family out that way. Just, you know, making it happen, doing what we're supposed to do, pushing the culture, pushing this aspect of Muse Think to the level and to the into the face of the people who can make changes. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what we're doing. And we doing it by the graces of the Most High. You know, the propaganda tool that we pushing, and we stay pushing here, you know what I'm saying, with everything that you see, you know what I mean, is about a constant feeding and fueling of it. And anybody who's on it knows that there's other ways that you got to, you know what I mean, go ahead, eat, get your bread, get your money up, make your money. But this is a dedication in a whole different way. Y'all see the Cash App on the bottom. We will take your donations, you know what I'm saying? And we will use them to whatever it is we need. Because if you see what we're doing without your donation right now, just think what we'll do, what we can do with it. All right? So, but this is not for the fleet of the heart. This is for people who are really convicted to handle their business for their peoples. I get that everybody can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, stay over there. Get it, just stay out the way though, and shut your face. Don't talk to nobody about what we doing. You know what I mean? But if you here and you ready to rock and roll, you mean holler at me. And I be reaching out to people all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what you want to do? You know what I mean? You if you listen to that Vengeance album, you gonna know what we can do when we come together. You know what I'm saying? That Vengeance mixtape is fire. So check it out. You'll understand. But that's just an understanding. You ain't get to the understanding or overstanding yet. You know what I'm saying? So it's the cooperative economics that make things really, you know what I mean, go from idea to actuality. And in that cooperative economics, if we're all supporting something that is regenerating who we are spiritually, mentally, and physically, then we become the currency using their currency, rearranging the currently. You know what I'm saying? It's not even a play on words. It's just actuality. So with that being said, you know, we got a special guest all coming all in the building. And if you ain't seen that, you ain't seen it yet, man, you're gonna have a treat tonight. So whenever you ready, bring in the good doctor. I've been wanting to say that. Good doctor. Yes, sir. Good doctor. Enqi in the
Let me get some light on. I see my face is looking dark.
No, man. It's the brightness of the hair, bro.
Exactly.
It's the hair. It's the hair that keeps shining. You shining. It's the glow. Matter of fact, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what it's supposed to look like right there. You know what I mean? Ding. Good Dr. Enqi in the building, my brother. How have you been?
Oh man, you know, I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? And just saying that sounds crazy amidst the, you know, what's all this fucking going on, man. So
I be high vibing. You still alive in the time when the people, they straight dying, fighting for a piece of the pie in this crooked system line. Fly right, high vibe them. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? No, you sound right on point. You know what I mean?
Shit crazy. So with your man PNB Rock, man.
Oh man, listen, hold on. Before we go there, because we've talked about this before about what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And ain't none of that changed. But before we go there, you know what I'm saying, you've been mad busy getting things accomplished. See, that's what I'm talking about. And this is like the fourth time you've been on you blessed my stage. You know what I mean? So we can see as they go back, we can see what you said you was doing, what you said you were gonna do, what you said you were in the middle of then, and where you are right now. So I want to really concentrate on that before I start talking about normal people's shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's stay focused on that aspect. So where are you at right now? You done did a 40-day fast twice or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You saying, and listen, I started out on it. I really did. You know what I'm saying? And I felt the difference almost immediately. And then bust my face. You know what I'm saying? And at the wrongest times. I needed that right then to be ready for right now. You know what I'm saying? So I was doing, but you mean the science and watching what's happening. And then the post you be having on your IG. Oh man, the chicken. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know nothing about that. I don't even eat chicken no more, but I was like, oh, these niggas is eating vulture?
Bro.
Oh, and they loving it. And
Matter
now
of fact,
wait,
let's hit the share screen real quick because I did get some questions on that. So I did want to actually somewhere, I didn't know where, but I was like, you know what? Somewhere I probably should answer because there are people like, yo, we want to see something. I'm like, okay, well, here you go. Go to science.org. You can go right to science.org, family. Because somebody said, oh, Enqi, you got that old guy on there. He probably want to Sabi people. He just making up, he making up. Ain't no such thing as no African foul and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, first of all, see, this is one of the things that gets me angry with this is when people jumping off the top ropes because they're not really a part of this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, my family was a part of the whole heroin Harlem shit. So I look at a lot of these guys that's, trying to look a certain way now, like, bro, y'all not from that. And now, and this is the same thing. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers once again. The clones is fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
And clones now get to critique like real niggas all the time. Like, that shit fucks me up.
Right,
like,
right.
We've been doing this shit for longer than these niggas that's writing comments been alive.
Right. Truth.
Because his head was all the way gray when I was on the road touring with that nigga. And we did a movie like 10 years ago. So I'm like, man, y'all niggas don't even have y'all haven't earned the stripes yet to even critique elders. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas still getting conscious strictly on digital shit. Y'all ain't even taking it off the shit and being like active with the shit you learning. So the easiest thing to do would be to silently try to look this shit up on your own. You know what I'm saying? Before you jump out there and look crazy. But yeah, I had to block a few niggas off the comments. They was jumping off the top rope, sounding crazy. And I understood, though, even through my frustration, that at the heart of it, and what it comes down to really is, I've been telling motherfuckers for the longest, man. Chicken has killed more niggas than crack.
Yeah.
You don't get it. No. Hold on. Let me put this motherfucker over here to the side for a second. We got to reshare the screen after this. Hold on. I got to stop the screen share for a second. P&B Rock just got killed over fucking chicken.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yo, he brought it right forward too. You say, but you're right. I ain't laughing. Listen, hold on, people. I ain't laughing.
Bro, he got killed over chicken.
But he was at Chicken Waffles.
And no.
Story. I don't know the story because I can't. I'm not even talking because I don't know why.
I don't know the whole details, but here's the gist of what happened. Him and his lady is out at a restaurant. Now, there's other things where he might have had encounters in previous situations, and just excluding all those things, they are in the they're in the hood at Chicken and Waffles. You know what I'm saying? Like, they in the hood. They're not in like where you come to visit LA, they in the hood. Right. They eating in the chicken and waffle place where niggas that live there get.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, his lady was so excited maybe about being there, because it is a thing for us from the East Coast, like Roscoe Chicken and Waffle. Like, because it happened to me. Like, when I went to LA, I was like, yo, I gotta go get at least a waffle or something. Like, I gotta go take a picture and then like nigga gotta see me here or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those places. You want to go see Crenshaw. You want to see Roscoe. You done seen Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood. And,
I did it.
I
was on Crenshaw. I was at the spot. Yeah, right.
She was so excited. She took a picture of the meal, which was a waffle and 2 fried pieces of chicken, and posted that with the location. Like, yeah, we in LA at, we in LA at the official shit, doing our shit. Unfortunately, we in the world surrounded by fucking savages. So, you know, that's just, you can't do that no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and we should have knew that after Pop Smoke, that you can't go over there and say, hey, I'm over here, because you're not welcome over there. Because the law is the niggas into some purge shit. Where it's like, you know, they getting ready to bring that to Chicago. January 1st, they done already made the announcement. The police in Chicago is no longer locking people up for violent crime.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. We got a lot to share. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let's get back to the share screen. We got a few things clearly we need to share. So, I guess DJ Beast, we up your phone on the request line.
Oh, man. Hey, yo, people don't even understand what he just said, what he just did. Yeah, I remember that.
Man, come on, Knowledge. I know you back there. We're gonna go over there and check this out. And then we're gonna have to double back over here.
It sounds like, you know what I mean, cats is just getting ready for what they've been planning and what we heard 30 years ago.
Man,
because you know what, we are so, even in this savage ass shit that people do, right? We still have the ability and the capability to not be a savage, to be still our divine self in the midst of savageness. It's almost like, I don't know who said it. I heard it somewhere, but I don't remember who said it. When you're walking in hell, even if you were an angel, you got to talk to demons. Ooh. You can't get around without talking to demons. So you there's a certain, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you might be wearing white, but just a certain amount of mud you're going to get on your shoes. So go ahead and get money and handle and do the work. But remember, rinse that shit off when you're done. Wash that shit. It may be dingy later on, but at least you washed it. You know it's clean. Blah, blah, blah. So that being the case, you know what I'm saying?
Listen to this. This shit's scary, low key. Listen to this shit.
I'm a ticket. You have,
because you know they did it in Baltimore, and the Baltimore school system went through the floor. The murders went through the roof. Same thing in LA. Now in Chicago, this shit gonna hit because this is not only a warning, but at the same time, it's also a promo.
Right.
So this is a way of telling the people, hey, if you care about yourself, your family, your privacy, your property, this is not the place to live. You got 3 months to move. Go now. Also, this is a note to everybody that's, you know, doing what they do. Yo, lay low, give us 90 days, and we're going to give you the streets.
Yeah.
We don't want no crime for the holiday season. January 1st, you know what the law is. We can't arrest nobody. And, matter of fact, just listen to this motherfucker here, because he can't believe it. Whoever he is, the sheriff, the mayor, he cannot believe that these goofy-ass Democrats done passed these laws. Oh, wait a minute. We can't pass that by. These are laws that are being passed, you know, in Baltimore and LA and Chicago, and these are Democrats that are passing these laws. So for you guys that think it's cool to not vote, it's cool because you're going to allow the goofballs to get in and do this type of shit. And for you niggas that's actually voted for Biden and all these niggas,
homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. Offenders released on electronic monitoring have to be in violation for 48 hours before law enforcement can act. They could almost drive to Alaska before we can even look for them. It denies victims their constitutional rights. And keep this in mind, businesses and homeowners. Officers will no longer be able to remove trespassers from your residence or your businesses. Someone could decide to live in your shed, and all we can do is give them a ticket. You have to decide what level of force is required to remove them and whether or not it's legal. This is a massive threat to the residents of Orland Park.
Yeah.
As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes, but isn't limited to, kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. Offenders released on electronic monitoring have to be in violation for 48 hours before law enforcement can act. They could almost drive to Alaska before we can even look for them. It denies victims their constitutional rights. And keep this in mind, businesses and homeowners. Officers will no longer be able to remove trespassers from your residence or your businesses. Someone could decide to live in your shed, and all we can do is give them a ticket. You have to decide what level of force is required to remove them and whether or not it's legal. This is a massive threat to the residents of Orland Park. As of January 1st, 2023,
man.
So, all right, I guess it's my Aquarius mind, right? So as I'm listening to what he's saying, I'm like, oh, you could threaten, public officials.
Right.
Yeah.
They let you know.
And they can't come after you. Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. So 2 things on in the balance of things. Of course, let's talk about that shit. This look like RoboCop. You mean what was that? Detroit? How Detroit was doing this RoboCop? And if you remember, I'm a movie guy, so you know.
I'm sure that if they doing that in Chicago, pretty soon they'll work their way around to Detroit.
But here's the issue. Here's the thing. It's like Escape from New York, right? Yeah. At some point in time, they shut it all off. Everybody who's in that bitch is in that bitch. That's just what it is. They got something out right now where they talking about shutting off parts of New York, blah, blah, blah. But this is part of the whole plan. You know what I mean? Get everybody who's going to act up. Well, you know what? We can't stop them. We didn't train them to do it like this. Let's now corral them all in one spot. You mean, because if you a criminal on some criminal shit, how you not go there? You know what I'm saying? If you thugging it for real, how the fuck do you not go there and not handle your business? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That shit is open ground. Anybody who's living in that bitch still is, you know what I mean, is going to be on something. But the flip side to that is,
it's going to be people trapped there that don't have the means to move.
But if you on some shit,
stop paying your rent. Listen, I'm telling niggas, stop paying your rent. It's that serious. You got a family and you in one of these places, nigga. Stop paying your rent. Look, stop paying your rent. Stop paying them bills. Don't buy no Christmas nothing. Let your Christmas holiday be a crib out in the country of Illinois, or get the fuck out. Get the fuck on. Don't wait. Don't think that your job, your school, none of that's important. You're not in job when you're in the coffin. Like, I don't understand these motherfuckers. Like, you're gonna be in the coffin. You're not like you're gonna be in the coffin. Or your baby will be, or your sister, your mama. Like, y'all
so
gotta
go. Let me ask you this. Do you think that defunding the police is good, bad, or indifferent?
I think it's stupid.
Why?
Because the strongest force in the cities that they're talking about defunding the police in are the gangs. Once the police move out the way, the shit that we see going on is going to quadruple and go through the roof.
Exactly.
It's not going to slow down. The killings is going to go crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Which leads us into what you're talking about. This is, in my opinion, in my humblest opinion, is all part of the aspect of the scheme, the agenda, the plan. I mean, because once you move the police out and things start acting up and people start begging for it, the only thing left to come in to handle that is the army. Once the army's in, they don't go nowhere. So, you know what I mean, they don't need the police like that when they want to put the army there.
Well, the thing with that is, the army is technically never left from 9/11 in New York.
Right.
That was one of the reasons why I got my babies the fuck out of New York when I did. Because there was niggas with AK-47s and SK-47s walking up and down the street. I seen tanks drive through the fucking Bronx. I was like, it's that time.
Yeah.
It's that time. This is the shit. This is that. What's that? Behold the pale. I was like, this that shit. Time to go.
Yep.
And this shit's getting crazier and crazier. I lived through a quarantine. Like we really had that. Like niggas really said, we in the 90s, the 80s, you read shit, you hear shit, you're like, yeah, it's gonna be harder to pull off the niggas thing. Nah. We just went through that. Niggas had niggas in the crib. Don't come outside. We locking you up.
Yep.
And now they doing this purge shit. Like, we're not locking you up for murder. Like, if a trespasser is in your house or your business, we're saying we can't do anything to remove them.
That's what he said.
So literally, me and you could just go post up at Best Buy. And when Best Buy call police, the police gonna come there and give us a ticket for being in Best Buy and then leave. They can't ask us to leave. They can't do nothing. And then when we start stealing shit, they got a limit of money that they can't say nothing to us if we steal. Like in LA, it's like $10,000 or $20,000. You can go in the store and steal like $10,000 worth of shit and they can't say nothing. They just got to watch you walk out. That's the law. So that's literally telling the businesses also, hey, shut down. Shut down. We're getting ready to put these cities on fire sale. That's what the fuck that means.
I mean, the thing been shut down. The thing been over for a minute, though. I mean, the business been bankrupt for a second. The corporation.
Look, I'm just adding the bug so that people understand how the finance side is going to work. So people might want to play the long distance game with that.
Right.
These property values start dropping in Baltimore, LA, Chicago. You might want to, if you can afford or if you can chip in with a group of folks, you know what I'm saying? You might want to start buying these properties because the Hunnits, Harvey, all them places just outside Chicago where it's really pretty, but it's really violent. Them places, the houses out there, it's his houses that's amazing out there. They should be 300, 400,000, but because where they at and what's going on, them houses is $100,000. Them shit's getting ready to go even cheaper.
Wow.
They're getting ready to go even cheaper. And the crazy thing is the houses where the neighborhoods are safe getting ready to go up through the roof. Translation: if you're in a Black or Spanish neighborhood, you getting ready to be in Mad Max and the Thunderdome.
Right.
If you're in a white neighborhood, you getting ready to be in the Oasis type shit.
Right.
This shit is getting ready to get real TV-ish out here. So the best thing that people can do is really try to focus in on, getting that little 10, 20 push-ups a day, cleaning the inside as much as possible, trying to work on your vices, free your mind. You know what I'm saying? If you're addicted to blunt wraps, cigarettes, alcohol, pills, lean, heroin, coke, crack, whatever it is, this is porn, jerking off, like whatever it is, this is the time to start freeing yourself up because you don't know what it's going to look like soon. You know what I'm saying? So those are the things that inhibit our discipline, our vices, the shit we addicted to, whether it's pussy or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we just got to work on that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that brings us around to this fucking guy. This guy right here. This motherfucker right here is the one that caused all the trouble, bro. This motherfucker right here caused all the trouble. And you know how he caused so much trouble?
Yeah, why? Yeah, explain that one to me. I would think it would be the vulture. Why him?
No. This is the one that caused all the problems. because this one right here is very easy to catch. Vultures ain't easy to catch. Vultures will give you the fucking business. You run up on a vulture, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to run up on them prepared. Like, that's gang banging for real. Like, you shoot at them, they shooting back.
Yeah.
This guy here is just right there. Like, it'll fuss and peck you and all that, but it's catchable. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The problem is this is a very intelligent bird. It's a very intelligent bird, and it's not scared of people. So it will try to peck your eyes out if you get a chance. You know what I'm saying? But also, this bird is very into physical fitness.
Oh, wow.
The motherfucker got like a super nutritious diet. Like, mostly just alkaloids. And alkaloids are the things that make bitters bitter. And so when you eat these birds, they taste like bitters. Nasty as fuck. So that's what Dr. B was explaining. I mean, he didn't go into the part about the aromatics and the bitters, but I know a little bit about the bird, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't see the rest of the doc. He might have broke down more info on the shit. I just reposted the post. But because it's my page, obviously the post went insane. I got the post from somebody who the post didn't do as well on their page. They got a different type of page. I put that shit on my page. That should go boom, especially right a day before PNB gets killed over 2 fucking pieces of chicken.
Over chicken.
His lady was so excited she was having the chicken. She had to take a picture and post it with the address. Like, it's a chain of restaurants. So it's not like if you post the meal, everybody gonna know you in that one. You know what I'm saying? You might have been able to eat it and get in your car before they found you. You know what I'm saying? But she put the address with it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So, I mean, what you gonna say? Black folks got this fucking thing for chicken. Like chicken has been killed. PNB just got killed in a really insane, violent on Front Street kind of way, which I think could be the linchpin to destroy LA. I don't think that this. I think that whoever's over there.
Yeah.
Well, without trying, like, I can't. I know too many Philly niggas. I lived in Philly. You know what I'm saying? So, although PNB presents himself a certain type of way, you know what I'm saying? The word in the street in Philly is that he was a very solid nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he wasn't involved in like if there's a certain group of the young rappers that are always beefing. You know what I'm saying? Kodak and Dirk and Quando and this one and that one. Like,
yeah.
That class of rappers, that's what they do. But PNB wasn't into that shit like that. He was getting his bag, getting his money, getting his business on. You know what I'm saying? He was doing shit with Ed Sheeran and all them. Like, he was in other pockets. He was singing type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he was in another whole space. So to kill somebody that's like really like he's, I mean, you don't really want to say innocent.
Right. No.
The rap culture, but for what happened, this guy didn't deserve like that. And so I think that right there is just gonna be the message to everybody. Like, yo, don't go to fucking LA.
Yeah.
Just don't go. Fuck LA right now. Fuck LA. Don't go to LA.
Hold on, I'm on my way to LA right now. Like, literally, you would say I'm leaving. I'm on my way to LA. But I'm protected, so I'm not concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't do those types of things. You know what I mean? Cause and effect. However, you know what I mean? I feel what you're saying for everybody else. You know what I mean? What my man say in the movie? No, God told me I'm gonna be all right. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
Listen, I'm super protected in LA. You know what I'm saying? I got folks on both sides of the color line out there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I got family out there that lived out there forever. This ain't even no conscious shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas just don't have no fucking idea. But I got family that's behind bars in Cali. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, I got peoples around and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But you could get caught up in somebody else's politics.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so people have different levels of ties out there. So, you know, individuals may be able to move a certain type of way, but I don't think that this is going to be one of those. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of like, okay, the Biggie situation and a few situations like Pop Smoke. It was like, okay, well, you know, he with the certain class of rappers that move a certain way. So people was like, but I don't think this PNB Rock one is going to go like that. I don't think this is going to like how Nip passed and it was like, oh, well, Nip was a Crip, so this was gang. This ain't that. I don't think this is going to go that way. I think motherfuckers just going to be like, fuck LA right now, bro. Period. It's just not worth losing your life. We got the internet. If you want to entertain niggas in LA, tell them motherfuckers to watch a live stream. Fuck it. It's just not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas to watch a live stream.
I mean,
and here's the thing too, though. I mean, it's just so many things because Black folks, we dumb, we ignorant right now. So there's so many different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Like just on a regular, like, why do we feel the need to have on so much of that jewelry in those locations? Like, I don't know why these niggas don't take the jewelry off. Like, I've never known niggas that don't take their jewelry off. Like, this is some type of brainwashing where you setting yourself up to like, I don't understand that. You don't need $100,000 jewelry to go get chicken with your girlfriend. You already with your girlfriend. You don't need like, not like you gonna pick up new bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Nice hotel rooms have safe.
Dude, right.
Nice hotel rooms come with a safe. You know what I'm saying? So man, put your shit in the safe. Go eat your food. Do what you do, or really be smart. You know what I'm saying? Have them niggas bring that shit, DoorDash that shit or something, man. Like, but I just don't think like, cause that right there, that's just too out in the open in a restaurant with his ladies. Come on, bro. That's LA is gonna lose for that. Yeah. That's not gangster. That was not gangster. LA is gonna lose for that. That was tacky.
I mean, it is. You think they really like money is money though? Like on some real shit. Cats don't really care about the life no more. They just care about the money they're gonna make while they living. So you really think that's gonna? I mean, they see what the drugs do, but they still take the drugs.
Nah, here's the thing: you got people that depend on a certain type of lifestyle, though. You got people that have created subcultures and sub businesses off of stars and celebrities coming back and forth out there.
Right.
But see, the power that you have and the businesses that you have, it just becomes meaningless once the celebrities say, you know what? We actually don't have to come over there. See, because it's like a hub and people got to go there to do their business.
Right.
You can stand in between those people and be like, nah, if you don't grease the wheel, my nigga, it ain't happening.
Right.
If the people decide, you know what? Fuck all that wheel greasing, because niggas is greasing wheels and there's too many fucking wheels to grease right now.
Right.
Yeah, because you gotta you gotta check in with these niggas, but maybe they got ops. So if the ops of them found out you checked in with them instead of them, like that shit is just too much, bro. It's internet. Live stream your fucking performance over there. Come on. Live stream it, man. Fuck it. You got to go because it's not a situation. See, the law is creating this.
Right.
So you'll see January 1st.
Well, how
we
deep,
don't arrest nobody. So
deep,
then the murders in Chicago is going to get more brazen. You know, it goes from the 9 o'clock shootout to 3 o'clock at the schoolyard again, like it was in the 80s.
Right. Why do you think that they're utilizing Chicago now? Why do you think they look like certain spots? Why are they doing it there? Why aren't they doing that in New York?
New York is different than every other city. New York is different than every other city, respectfully. And I didn't realize this until I started traveling around, but in New York, you're accustomed to committing your crime in front of police already.
All right.
I didn't realize that everywhere wasn't that way till I started to leave New York. And I was like, where's the police? Like, ain't no police until you call them. What's wrong with you? I'm like, shit, in New York, you got like 20 different types of police all around at all times. Yeah. You got the boys walking around. Then you got the ones riding around on bikes. If you're downtown, you got motherfuckers on horses. You got them in the blue cars. You got the paddy wagons. Then you got the D's. Then you got the state boys. Then you got the feds. They are all rolling around all the time. There is nowhere that you're at on a New York street committing any crime where you're not within 30 feet of police, period. You know what I'm saying? So that's why in the 80s and the 90s, people from New York was going out of town. It wasn't that, oh, I could sell something for $10 for $100 or $20 for $50 or whatever. I mean, that's the case, but niggas could have went upstate New York to do that. The reason why niggas went out of town is because when you just even to get right, once you get past Jersey, it's over. Ain't no police around. If niggas don't call police, ain't no police. And if you shoot somebody or some shit go down crazy, police ain't getting it till 10, 15, 20 minutes later.
Yeah. So
in those types of situations, people are used to acting in that space. In New York, it's just, yeah, it's different. You know what I'm saying? Like they already used to just a pile up of police cameras, police, and none of that don't stop nothing. They just make the changes and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? So what they will unleash in New York will probably be something the opposite. New York will explode the opposite way. Other cities will explode from lack of control. New York will explode from trying to put too much control. So the pressure in New York would be just hiring more police. That's how you make New York go crazy. Not lessening the police, bringing in more police. But yeah, I mean, but the thing is you got to move out of New York. Like the thing is we got to leave these locations.
That's the solution. Leaving the location. What if you can't leave? Yes. What's your solution then?
That's your nigga. Leave. Ain't no you can't leave. You got to leave. We got to leave these locations and start moving out into spaces where we can actually raise our families appropriately without all the fear and anxiety. You know what I'm saying? And start to purchase your property. You know what I'm saying? Like, not even for no real estate, flipping it and all that other goofy shit. Like, you just need to get your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck all this extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, get your house. I don't need you to get 1,000 houses and all that. Just get you a crib somewhere out the way. You know what I'm saying? Because, people don't understand, especially these goofy ass Democrats. They're funding this. This is not the streets. This is what people, maybe I need to make sure I state this plainly because I'm saying it over and over, but it might not hit. This comes from legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So when you elect in the Democrats are anti-police, pro-vaccine, pro-alternative communities, children and adults mixing, So when you don't vote against them or you vote for them, this is the shit that come down in the pipeline. This wasn't Trump plan.
No.
Trump was talking about rebuilding Detroit and Chicago. We need to infuse Detroit and Chicago with money to rebuild. Biden and these niggas is like, nah, pull the money out of these cities and let them kill each other. After they finish killing each other, we can go in and buy it.
Exactly. I mean, look the same. He ain't changed his strategy, his theory. You know what I mean? The animals, you know what I'm saying? Put them in the cage, let them do their thing. You know what I'm saying?
And they voted him in.
Yeah.
They voted him in. I want to deal with the people that voted him in. You know what I'm saying? That's what my problem is at. Like, y'all voted this guy in, and look what he's doing. He is going to decimate every single black community one by one.
So you can answer this question for me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's obvious the intelligence level is there. You study, you do things. When has the voting truly benefited us on a great scale, and because I'm not ignorant to it, on a smaller scale? You know what I mean? So for not just for me as a question, but just
No. I got the answer to that because people ask me that all the time.
Right.
And my response to that is, when have we actually taken advantage of voting? Because see, niggas have to actually use the system before it works for them. So we're sitting back. We're not educated on how politics works or how voting works or how budgets move around or how the money's supposed to go. We're not educated on none of that.
mm-hmm.
And we sit back and go, yo, voting's not working for us. I'm like, who the fuck told you that? Where did that rumor start at? I literally just got legislation passed in New York. I literally had the mayor and the city council cutting a ribbon so that Dr. Enqi could go on stage and talk his shit. Just like that. Legislation was passed for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I went up there with the mayor and the city council, cut the ribbon so I could go in there and do my shit. We're just not using it. And those of us that do, we're so brainwashed with it's not going to work for us. We do one thing incorrectly, and then we're looking for results from somewhere they're not supposed to come from. And when the results don't come, we get mad. We go, man, how is voting for the president going to get us some money? I voted for this one and he didn't do nothing for me. Presidents don't do anything for counties. That's not how that goes. Mm-hmm. Counties have city councils. You got to deal with that. You got to deal with your local legislation. You got to show up at the town hall with 100 niggas, not at your live stream to complain to 100 niggas after you didn't show up. That's all it is. And these votes is so small. Like, literally, the whole idea is it's about majority. But guess what? Although the black people are minorities in the country overall, we like 12, 14%, something like that. In these cities, we're not the minorities.
Right.
In these cities, we got some serious numbers. So it's nothing. All niggas got to do is show up.
Right.
All you got to do is show up, period. Say, hey, we want this. How many people said I passed? It's not more difficult than that. It is not more difficult than that. The difficulty will be in finding out where you need to be when you need to be there.
Right.
Because that they may try to keep a secret from you when they know you coming down there with 100 niggas that's going to change the sway of the vote. But it's not that difficult. And then sometimes shit work in your favor and you didn't even know it was going to work in your favor because Trump supposed to have been the devil. Trump supposed to have been the devil to destroy the black man. And Trump didn't do nothing but pass out checks.
Yo, I got more money from Trump than I got from any other president in my entire 51 years on the planet.
And
I'm just saying, I'm not even, I'm one of the people. I don't do either one of them. I don't care.
It's only a fact, though. Listen, it's only a fact. Like it's just a fact.
Yeah, and I didn't see him be more racist than every other president before him, including Obama.
See,
so I don't understand what everybody was upset about like that.
Right, and my thing is I don't even understand how being racist is a conversation when we're talking about old rich white men. Yeah, one old rich white guy versus another, of course they're gonna have some degree to a greater or lesser extent of being racism. That's the universe they come from.
Yeah.
So if that's on both sides of the fence, to me, that's a non-starter. That's not even going to factor into what decision I'm making. Okay, good. We got 2 good old boys. Okay, so I'm not even dealing with that because that's what comes with this, nigga. Where you think we at? But which one of them is more closely aligned with what the shit I'm on? Okay, small business. Run your family how you want. You know, options on vaccines and, you know, all them things and checks. And shit, I like that. All right, well, shit, we rolling with that. What we got on the flip side? Oh, my man here wrote the 92 crime bill. He funded all these police that's killing people and getting away with it. They're getting away with it because the 92 crime bill that he authored allows them to do that.
Exactly.
No 92 crime bill. We don't have all these dead people that we got at the hands of police because they would not have the ability to kill and keep getting a check.
Yep.
When they kill people, they get paid leave. So they're literally on a paid vacation. How does that teach them a lesson to stop? It's like, nigga, I'm going to sit at home for 6 months while people are angry, and then I'll be back on the force after I take like anger management or something. Like, it's just,
you know what? I need a break from this job. Bang,
man. And I need to finally kill somebody because I've been training to kill people for a long time and I haven't got an opportunity. Let's not leave reality out. Anything you practice to do, you want to actually do.
Yep.
Period. If you practice to shoot someone, you want to you want to be in it at least one time. You want to see if your shit works. Shit. If you in the gym training to play basketball, you want to be in a tournament. If you're learning how to do jujitsu somewhere, shit, you can't wait for a nigga to try you. You're like, I can't wait for a nigga to touch my shoulder right here after I done practiced this. I done practiced this move 17,000 times on how to dislocate your fingers when you touch me right there. So I cannot wait for a nigga to put his hands in an aggressive manner on my shoulder. It is over. And because you can't wait for that situation, somebody walks up behind you after seeing you drop your wallet on the floor and they touch your shoulder and you go to breaking the man's arm that wanted to tell you dropped your wallet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now you see what I'm saying? But that's how it's going with the gun though. Because, you know, these niggas training to kill. They're playing this first-person shooter game, just like the kids is. Like the first-person shooter games got everybody going nuts. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of shit we got to deal with. It's just time to batten down the hatches, man. Get a dog, get a gun.
It was all training anyhow. That's what they were using to train in the military before they put it out on the streets as a game.
Listen, get a dog and a gun, not either or. Have both. And play the crib close. Get the fuck out the way. Period. That's what time it is. And that's what they're doing on a large scale. Like, you know what? If they just really want to do this, killing each other, killing themselves thing, we need to get out of their way. Black folks, this is where it is. White folks are going to get out of your way. Because it's clear that we're suicidal now. Whether we're being put on this, whether it's a plan, none of that shit really matters, bro. Because at this point, it's 2022, and everybody done heard something that could have woke them up. Anybody that sleep today is sleep by choice.
Yeah, what's that boy named Cypher? Listen, I want to go back in the Matrix. I don't want to remember none of this shit. I want to enjoy this state.
So what you gonna do? Folks like, hold on, man. I don't want to lose my life. Police and savages that want to kill themselves and anybody around them. Why not just let them do it? I mean, it's what I deal with every day. 90% of the people that's dealing with illnesses is self-inflicted shit. And it's because they don't put the emphasis on this. And then you got all of the people that have platforms that promote goofball shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if Quando, Rondo, and Dirk got some shit going on, you literally got 1,000 YouTubers that's going to market that confrontation.
Right.
But what if those 1,000 YouTubers, instead of marketing the confrontation, what if they just paid zero attention to it?
Right.
What if there was no big chains at the end of it? Because see, the beef is what's making the money now. I don't know if people get it. The beef makes the money. So the rappers can't stop beefing or they make no money.
Right.
Literally, to beef means relevant now. That's what relevant means. Relevant means that you have current beefs. So we want to hear what you're saying so we can stay updated on the status of the beef.
Yeah.
Relevant no longer means that you have something worthy that you're giving the community so you can uplift people, so you can inspire, so you can change lives. That's not it. You know what I'm saying? What relevant means now is that you're arguing with such and such, and you're arguing with lots of people, so you're really relevant.
So here's my issue with that, right? That's what it is, because that's what they're telling us, but we ain't got to follow that.
Hey,
people are going to follow that. They are going to follow that. And I get
the problem. No, but here's the problem, and that's how we're going to segue back. Niggas is chicken heads.
I knew you was gonna say that shit. Oh man, listen, but that's the point. All right, it's cool. It's cool. And I get it about some of them, but it ain't everybody. And what I'm saying is, it don't take everybody to make the change. You know what I'm saying?
It don't. But here's the thing. Just as you have people aggressive to make the change, you're gonna have some that ain't. And I think that's where this purge shit is coming down the pipeline. It's like, you know what? Just let them kill themselves. What I'm saying is look, and what I'm saying is to the people that's not on demon time, because that's a thing. Yeah. That right there should have been a red flag. Like, some of the slang should have let us know that we was getting the wrong. This shit was getting bad, really bad.
Definitely. That's why I wrote bust shots at the devil. You know what I mean? It was getting on my nerves. I'm tired of hearing that. Yo. And if you listen, if I'm shooting at the devil and you the demons in front of him, you gonna get popped.
But here's the thing. It's people that ain't on demon time, and those are the people that's gonna be fed. Yeah, that's the food. You innocent folks that's just like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna go to work and mind my business. Okay, well, you're the person, because see, the gangs have their beefs and they handle that when they handle that, but it's way easier to just deal with civilians to get their money. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
right.
Once they know that there's no recourse legally for their crime, like they could just do it and walk off,
they're gonna handle their business.
It's gonna get crazy out there for them people, and they just need to go. We don't need the death toll. Like, we don't need 20 innocent people, or even the 3 or 4 babies that's gonna get shot before the summertime. Like, why stay there? Why would you be there? You know what I'm saying? So if you don't got no street business, and everybody know what that means, if you ain't got no business in the street because you ain't got no street business, then you need to get out of these places. You don't need to live in Baltimore. You don't need to be in LA. You don't need to be in Chicago. That's a big fucking country and an even bigger world. You need to get out of them places and start seeing some shit and start living for real. Period. You don't need to be around motherfuckers that want to eat themselves to death, think themselves to death, and fuck themselves to death. And then try to numb themselves up with all manner of fucking heroin to, like, be able to stomach the death culture, because that's what it is. That's why niggas on heroin.
Yeah.
Because they need to be numb in order to do the things that they're doing. So they need to feel like they're not human, like they're robots, so that they can do the shit that they're doing without emotion.
So what you know about the zombie thing? Somebody brought it up to me the other day. I don't know nothing about it.
Here we go. So from chicken biryani to cow mungao chicken and rice is a winning combo worldwide. But the two are more inextricably linked than even chefs realize. A pair of new archaeological studies suggest that without rice, chickens may have never existed. Yo, this fucking rabbit hole is getting crazier and crazier. The work reveals that chicken may have been domesticated thousands of years later than scientists thought. And only after humans began cultivating rice within range of the wild red jungle fowl in Thailand or nearby in peninsular Southeast Asia, says Dale Serjanson, an archaeologist at the University of Southampton who was not involved with the research. The studies, she says, have dismantled many of the Ori myths about chicken origins. Darwin proposed that chickens descended from the red jungle fowl, a colorful tropical bird in the pheasant family, because the two look so much alike. But proving him right has been difficult. 5 varieties of jungle fowl range from India to northern China, and small chicken bones are rare in fossil sites. In 2020, a study of 863 living chicken genomes confirmed the jungle fowl Gallus spedicus subspecies was the ancestor of living chickens. Chickens share more of their DNA with that subspecies than any other type of jungle fowl. That in turn narrowed the site of domestication in Southeast Asia. Researchers have proposed fossils as early chickens dating back to 8,000, 11,000 years ago in northern China and Pakistan, but genetics of living birds can now narrow the window for domestication, says geneticist Mingshan Wang, a postdoc at the University of California, Santa Cruz, first author of the genetic study. And they have not been able to get enough ancient DNA from fossil chickens to pinpoint the date. So paleoanatomists, is that even a fucking thing? Paleoanatomist Joris Peters of Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich teamed up with Gregor Larsen, a bioarchaeologist at the University of Oxford, who is an expert on animal domestication. The duo organized an international team that began a comprehensive reevaluation of chicken bones, their dates, and records on them. I wonder how much fucking millions of dollars they spent on studying chicken. Man, this shit is crazy. They found the oldest bones of likely chickens came from a fossil site called Ban Non Wat in central Thailand, where farmers grew rice. The team reported they report today in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, farmers buried many skeletons of young members of the genus Gallus as grave goods, along with other domesticated animals. Strong evidence that the birds were domesticated chickens rather than wild jungle fowl. The researchers proposed that the rice seeds drew wild jungle fowl to rice fields, where the birds nested in thickets at the edge of the fields and got used to humans. As the scientists traced the trail of chicken bones across Asia to the Middle East and Africa, they found a striking correlation between the spread of dry rice farming, millet, and other grains, and the appearance of chickens. Chickens appeared about 3,000 years ago in northern China and India, the team found, and about 2,800 years ago in the Middle East and North Africa. The study is finding earlier chickens were flawed, the team argues, because either the fossils were not chickens or dates were inaccurate. To find out when chicken first entered Europe, members of the team redated bones from 23. This is a lot of chicken study.
Yes,
this is crazy. There's no historical record of chicken in the Old Testament.
Yeah. Hey, what was that movie? You know what I mean? Give me chicken. This is all the chicken that you're eating. You know what I mean? Oh man. Somebody Yakub the chicken, man.
Man, look. Somebody was Yakub. Man, listen, we got to revisit Yakub anyway. So let me show this just for the people out there.
That the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between an African jungle fowl and a buzzard or a vulture. I was shocked. See, the buzzard eats everything and anything. And it had the most incredible tasting meat on the earth. Because it ate everything. It had every flavor built into its flesh. Because you are what you eat. So the buzzard was what it ate. Everything. The African jungle fowl only ate grain, and it also ate food that was left over in the villages in Africa. But it wasn't afraid of humans. So it wasn't domesticated, but it wasn't afraid. But its meat tasted terrible. So they figured that it was very hard to catch the vulture and eat him. This was way back in the days. But if they took a jungle fowl and a vulture and somehow got them to go out on a date, that they would come up with a brand new bird, the chicken. I discovered that the chicken was...
That right there. You know what I'm saying? Who, what, why, when, where? Those are the only questions I have for that. You know what I'm saying?
I can tell you this much. The chicken has killed more niggas than the KKK. More niggas than gun violence in America. Chicken has been killing niggas for a long time.
So there was one example. So we had one example. So now you got to give more examples on how the chicken has been killing. You know what I'm saying? I know, but I don't know if they know. I don't eat chicken. I used to work in a chicken factory. I don't eat chicken.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that chicken is, that's the number one go-to. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the number one most consumed meat. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's synonymous with black folks.
Mm-hmm.
So chicken, synonymous with black folks and soul food, and right along with high blood pressure, diabetes, prostate, breast cancer, boom, 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 boom. And it's a fact when you come up off that chicken, all kinds of things that are beautiful just start happening in your body.
This is true. I seen it. I felt it and I seen it. And that chicken was the hardest thing. I used to love some buffalo wings, man. I could eat 50 buffalo wings one sitting. Like, boom, let me get that.
Bruh, what? Oh my goodness. Every type of wing. Let me get 20 of them and 20 of them and 20 of them and 20 of them.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I used to love that, man. That was the hardest thing I had. Like I got.
Let me tell you what I used for methadone. What I used for methadone was salmon.
Yeah.
It was a Jamaican restaurant in the Bronx, uptown. They made this crazy jerk salmon with
the tuna mustard. Yeah.
They had the jerk salmon with the jerk cabbage. I don't even know what they was doing jerking cabbage, but that shit was crazy.
Oh yeah. I mean,
that was the one I used the last. So what I did, and I tell folks, like, if you're trying to change your lifestyle and you just changing your lifestyle because, take your time. You know what I'm saying? Just take 90 days per thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what? This 90 days, no bread. I'm not trying to follow the Dr. Sabi list tomorrow. Like, niggas is walking out of White Castle with their 40 ounce and they 10 burgers. And then the next day they expecting themselves to be able to follow the Sabi list. Like, bruh, that's not it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even know where to get the goddamn food on the list. Nigga, get your ass out there.
Right.
Let's take this back. Let's make this, like, because you got to learn the culture before you could participate in the culture.
Mm-hmm.
But all these other goofy niggas, they herbal salesmen online. So it's not like they're going to teach you culture. They don't even participate in the culture.
Right.
You can't even ask these niggas what like they got it's a poor righteous teacher this said something that's going viral. And a part of his joint, he was like, yeah, and back in the 90s, we had the babies out there and they were spending money and folks was going to conscious lectures and, Dr. Ben and woo woo. I'm like, man, that's, he's saying something right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the space that we gotta get back into that space. Like, that's why I'm saying, just to make it super plain, you know what I'm saying? Because I know for the people watching, we all over the place, but you gotta get out of them places. You gotta just get out of them places where like the legislation has been passed to turn you into a potential victim. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just no reason to be there. What you going, like, think about it like this. When that purge shit start going on, we already seen what it did to the school system in Baltimore and the school system in LA. When that purge shit start going on January 1st in Chicago, how's the school going to work?
Right.
When you got the kids they're going to have to arm themselves to come back and forth to school, because that's where all the gangs come together. I remember going to high school in the Bronx. It was gang banging every day. You couldn't avoid it, period. And when I say gang banging, I don't even mean organized. I just mean it was gang banging. You know what I'm saying? Because we think that cliques is not gang banging. So if we don't have one a bad den or something, we think that we're not gang. Nah. If you got 15 Dominicans that only hang out with Dominicans and they running down on the Jamaicans every time, that's gang banging.
That's a gang bang.
You know what I'm saying? If the football guys can't come to school alone because they might get caught by this group or that group and shook down, and so they got to roll 12 deep after, like, that's gangbang. You know what I'm saying? Now you might be confused as to what is going. Oh no, that's just cruise. Yeah, okay. Well, cruise synonymous. That's a synonym. See, niggas is illiterate, so they don't know there's a synonym. It's synonym for gang. Like this, yeah. So. Yeah. So it's a natural thing to do, to gravitate to a group and defend the group. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't think that we're herd creatures like dogs, cows, other mammals. Mammals are herd creatures. We think that we're not herd creatures. And when we try to deny our herdness, that's why we the way we are. Because niggas is teaching the God concept backwards. So the God concept is contributing to us going down.
How so?
Gods don't know how to be followers. Gods don't know how to support. So as gods, we only want to unify when we're unifying around what I'm doing. So let's all unify around this idea. If we can't unify around this idea where I'm the guy in the front, then we don't need to unify. That's not real unity. So you got 1,000 different niggas on 1,000 different platforms talking about we need to unify, but they're not really about unifying because they don't know what that means. What they think unifying means is everybody follow me and do what I'm doing. Yeah, that's not it. You know what I'm saying?
What they so I'll add to that. Let's qualify it this way as well. God's mind is all spots at all times. To be at all spots at all times, you have to see everything from everybody's perspective.
Come on, man.
And that means everybody. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be able to be in. You have to learn everything. You know what I'm saying? To get forward to that point of God's mind again, where you have to know everything. You can't just know what you know here and don't see the perspective from your opposition. Even your opposition's perspective is still God's sight. So you have to, you know what I mean, in the aspect of understanding the entire universe. If you're really God, you're not dealing with the ego of yourself as God, but you're dealing with yourself as everything. Yeah. And everything together is God.
That's right. And as God, as a God, you can't be diminished.
Right. No, it doesn't matter what another person thinks. Hey, you mean because it has no reflection on who you are from your knowledge. Everything is mental first. So that's the aspect you can't, that shouldn't bother you at all. However, it should bother you if you can't see somebody else's perspective. See, now you have a block. Now somebody's blocking your God mind. Something or something you would lack.
No, it's just simple. Now you don't have a God mind. That's the thing. People throwing that topic of that title around, like just because I'm a black man. You know, Elijah Muhammad said the black man was God. I would beg to differ with Elijah Muhammad. I would say the black man may have the potential to sit in that space, but that's not, no. Niggas that can't stop smoking cigarettes are not God. Stop it. The Newports are God over you. If you can't stop drinking the Pepsi, it's over. The Pepsi is God over you. If you can't leave chicken alone, the chicken is God over you. God is in control. So if you have no self-control, it's not possible that you're God. You can't be a God and smoke crack. You can't be a God and like, this is not, we got to clean this shit up.
Yeah, Big Yo said, how you gonna be a God with a master? You know what I mean? Somebody's mastering over you. How you claiming God? So you got something or somebody, because that the people are only representation of the circumstance.
Bro, let me tell you. Let me tell you how because I'm kicking it with one of my brothers. Shout out to my brother Goldmouth. You know what I'm saying? I'm kicking with my brother, and we just talking, and this shit is crazy because you say, okay, well, here's the CMOS, here's what it does, or not even the CMOS, here's the herbs, here's whatever, here's the bitters, or maybe it's somebody else's universe. Like they may say, hey, we got a business opportunity, whatever. You present something that could possibly, and we don't respect genius, we don't respect ingenuity. So immediately your thing got to be minimized. Well, why don't you, why? Oh, that's $40. That's too much. Why don't you give me one of them for $25? Or why don't you give me one, give me, half price. Give me a deal. Let me get 2 for 1.
Yeah.
My thing is you only do that to your own. See, that's the problem. Case in point, ask these goofball niggas that's getting their feet amputated. Is Michael Jordan gonna give you half price off J's since your dumbass only got 1 foot?
Right.
Is True Religion getting ready to give you half price off the jeans because you only got 1 leg?
Right.
See, when I act shit like that, I sound heartless. People like, damn, Enqi, that's crazy. Well, why the fuck is you asking me? Why is it that the people that's trying to give you life always got to get shorted? And the niggas that are killing you, you pay top dollar plus tax and leave a tip. Top dollar plus tax and leave a tip. Nigga that's trying to keep you alive and add to the quality of your life, you want to know if you can get a discount. You want to know if you could do half. Yo, let me hit you back. This is the problem. So now we have a situation where the Nagas and the niggas must go in 2 different directions. It's just that simple. And there's a lot of people play in the middle that's going to have to decide. Period. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to decide what you're going to do. Are you going to be a part of the deaf culture or are you going to be a part of the life culture?
Right. Casby, they speak or when I'm talking about what I'm talking about and whatever rhyme, it's always going to be about one thing because we're off balance. If we get balanced, I can talk about something else, but that ain't my job. But it's always life solution. It's always retribution orientated. Even if I'm talking about some physical, movement with my queen, whatever, it's always going to be about that aspect until there's imbalance. However, I get it all the time when people are like, well, man, you need to talk about something else. Come on, man. If you think I need to talk about somebody else, you ain't obviously ain't seeing what the fuck is going on. You don't even understand what my purpose is.
Whoa, these niggas, listen, let me say this. These niggas don't even know what it means to be a content creator.
Wow.
I'm watching online. These niggas think they content creators. You're not a content creator recording somebody else. That's not you being a content creator. Like these niggas think that's creating content. Quando Rondo and some other rappers having the beef, they're recording niggas and putting up the beef, and that's you creating content. You're not creating content, bro. You're creating chaos. You're creating a body count. You're creating death. You're creating killing, but you're not creating content. The people that are getting killed are creating the content. The people that are beefing are creating the content. All you're doing is capturing it on your device or re-stealing their video and then making your reaction to their content. They're the content creators.
They add into the subtraction. Using the reaction to add to the subtraction.
No, listen. They are parasites. See, we don't get that. You could be, we looking at white folks to be the main culture vultures. The main culture vultures of black culture is black folks now.
Neo, you know what I'm saying? Neo-vultulos. Neo-vultulos.
Farrakhan said it already. He said, how I'm going to act a fool about all of the killing and the deaths in the black community, and it's the black community that's making the majority of the deaths. What y'all want me to do? I can't raise hell. I can't talk my white man is the devil shit. It's you niggas.
Yeah, you fucking it up for me right now.
And I don't always agree with Farrakhan shit, but I listened to that. I was like, that's ice cold right there. That PNB Rock shit was a ice water into everybody's face. Like, bro, you can't even go sit down in a restaurant and eat in LA, bro.
Yeah.
In the middle of the day with the restaurant packed, niggas is mad comfortable to run right over to your table like a waiter. Yo, yeah, strip down, bro. Huh? What? Woo. Niggas had a full argument back and forth. 9, giving up my jury. What? You ain't giving up your jury? 9, giving up my jury. Bang, 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 bang. Take your time. Take all the jury off while you're on the floor and go ahead and get where you're going. That is brazen. That is insane. That has to tell people, yo, what are you going to LA for again? Like, what are you, like, that's dead. It's 2022. Studios ain't controlling nothing no more. Hollywood ain't controlling nothing no more. Everybody got 4K, 6K, 8K cameras at their house. The shit is on your iPhone. You got an iPhone, you got 4K. Nigga, come on, that shit ain't what it used to be.
Right.
It ain't what it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we just got to step outside that paradigm and let LA feel the loss. Let LA just do what they're doing amongst each other for a little while. Period. They'll clean that shit up. LA will clean up LA.
So that's not similar to the same aspect here, though. You know what I mean?
No. That's absolutely the thing. White folks are like, yo, these niggas are killing themselves, and there's no way we can stop them. So let's just get out of the way. They said defund the police. Fuck these people. We will defund the police.
So you think it's impossible to make a change, like, because to me that's an open lane to do something different.
No, you can't make a change without education. You need information. That's how life works. You need new information to get a different output. If there's no new information going in, there's no new action coming out.
So that's a perfect time to put new information in.
Look, as long as I do videos showing how to reverse blindness and my video get 3,000 views and a nigga slap a nigga and say we banged your girl or something and he get 300,000 views, that's not happening because the information is not spreading around. See, niggas don't understand when I'm like, yo, get out there. Here's the documentary. Use this as a tool. Post this on your Facebook, your YouTube, get this out there. They don't understand that it's a tool that you can use to get change. New information has to be injected into the masses to new action to come out.
Right.
no new information being injected into the masses, at least not our masses. The only thing that's being injected into our masses is heroin and rappers doing some crazy, I don't even understand what the fuck they're doing right now. Rappers are positioning themselves as politicians to protect the criminal behavior. What? So you got rappers that's with this Democrat shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not leaving none of these niggas out. T.I., Killer Mike, all these niggas got to answer for this shit. Y'all voted this shit in. So I'm confused when I hear them speak. Like, I'm confused when I hear T.I., when I see him going through a situation with his son and all that. I'm confused. I'm like, yeah, but you voted for Biden, my guy. You was out there corralling niggas to vote for these niggas. I can't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the problem. I was watching the interview with Lil Baby and T.I. Lil Baby was like, yo, T.I. owe you a thanks because, you know, I was trying to get a deal with you. And, you know, you was like, yo, I could give you that $1 million contract. But if I give you the $1 million contract, I'm going to have to rape you for like 10, 20 times that amount of money. And, you know, so I don't want to do that to you. I'm going to leave you in poverty. I'm going to leave you in the trenches to figure this shit out on your own, you know, so you could be a boss. I'm like, who the fuck, right? What the fuck? I'm like, yo, T.I. low key, he masked his stupidity with big, long words.
Yeah.
And I've seen people dance through the conscious community, dumb as a motherfucker, with big, long words, confusing people, because the sad fact is, in our communities, the average person is working with a 4th grade vocabulary. So if you come around with a 9th grade vocabulary, you seem like a fucking genius. You seem like a genius. And these people would be mystified. And once they're mystified, it's a synonym for stupefied.
Right.
And anything can go. That's that little moment when the deer is crossing the street and they see the car and they like, in that second, anything goes. And that's where we at. But nah, that's not it. That's the problem right there. That right there was T.I. exposed to me, even though they did that video as if T.I. was some OG helping out the young guys. He's like, yo, I told Young Thug the same thing. Yeah, I told Young Thug I couldn't give him nothing because, you know, that's the fucking problem.
Right.
All these niggas get a few dollars and then become the gatekeeper.
Yeah. Like, you ain't know what happened. No, they got to do the same thing, man. It's the same thing. You got raped in prison, so now you raping somebody else in the prison you in.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, that was the most insane shit I ever seen. No, nigga. Why would you have to, if you sign him and give him some money, why would you have to rape him?
Yeah.
And then wait, what does that tell us about the artist that T.I. did sign? So clearly you telling us that you've been raping the other artists that you signed, because you told Baby and Young Thug that you have to rape them if you give the, so what? I'm like, nah, man, you're the problem.
What, you got an order? You got an edict that said that was what you had to do with everybody if you came on your joint? Because you told on, and you gotta keep it quiet. So now, you know what I mean? I'll let you do this, but this is how you're gonna have to do your thing.
Please don't set yourself up as a conscious fake. Like, don't stay in your lane, stay over there. See, I don't have to comment on you until you pretending like you one of us.
Yeah.
See, if you're a street nigga, a rapper, and all that, you a real nigga in that space. See, there's no 100%. Right. You are who you've been, and that's your resume. And in those spaces, you have authenticity. When you get out of those spaces, you don't have authenticity. LeBron James has authenticity on the basketball court.
Right.
I don't know LeBron James to be a genius with Forex.
Right.
So if LeBron starts telling me how to invest my money through Forex, business, money exchanges, and all kinds of shit, I'm like, bro, you a fish out of water. Get your ass. You need to be sitting down with me while we listen to somebody that explain this shit to both of us, because you don't know what the fuck we talk about, nigga. This ain't fast. I tell people that all the time. They be like, man, you're such a genius. I'm like, yeah, with this. Nigga, I can't fix a car.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I spend my time developing this. That's why it can impress people, because I spend 30-something years studying one subject. LeBron has spent 38 years playing one sport, focused in. You know what I'm saying? Like, hyper-focused the last 20 years. That's why he's good, because he's blocked out everything else and has focused in on the one thing. We trying to be jack of all trade and all kind of other goofball shit and jump in different lanes where we don't got no fucking business. Nah, bro. Stay your ass in your lane, especially if you're not passing the rock. If you telling rappers, which is your lane, that you can't help them because you got to rape them if you help them. Oh, we don't need none of that philosophy over here, my nigga, because that's not what this community is built on. But you know that if you was a part of this shit. See,
right.
That's why we got to stop it. And so many niggas be dick riding for a potential opportunity that's never going to come. So they scared to say something. Oh, I don't want to say nothing because, you know, I might meet T.I. and get on. And no, nigga, look, niggas met T.I. to get on. And he said no, because I'll have to rape you. So these niggas is biting their tongue for opportunities that's never going to fucking come. Niggas just need to start speaking up and be they self.
Yeah.
Be comfortable in your skin and speak your fucking mind. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't sacrifice the last 20 years building this community for goofball niggas to jump off the top rope. Nah, nigga. I need to know where you was at. Where's your, you know, the same shit like niggas G-checking you in the street.
Right.
Yo, how'd you get into this game? Where you getting money at? Who brought you in? Where you, who, like, you checked it, like, all that. This ain't no different. What school of thought you came from? Who could vouch for that? Who taught you something? Where you learn this shit at? Who's your sensei? Who's your teacher? Who's your professor? Who's the guy to introduce you to this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can take cats back. I can talk about Dr. Brown, Mama Pill. I can talk about Rest in Greatness, Brother Azariah, who just transitioned. I was so distraught after Knowledge told me about that earlier. Like, this conversation is refreshing me. As we talking, that's in the front of my mind. And I keep saying, are we talking about it? Nah. Yes. Nah. Yes. Nah. Yes. Because I'm fucked up right now behind his passing. Like, literally, I already had an enlightener. Shout out to Zigzag Zig, God Allah. But I was still like a lot of folks. I was still lukewarm. I was still deaf culture and life culture. Really more deaf culture than life culture. Just my ears was open.
Right.
And Azariah would just lean on me every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, you come down on 20 people, he would lean on me. He was like, nah, brother, you special, you different. If I don't do nothing in my life but get you to get out here and start teaching these people, that's your gift. That's what God wants you to do. You got to get out here and teach. I'm like, Verizon gives a nigga like $80,000 a year. You know, I got the Range Rover with the peanut butter interior. You know, I'm like, I'm all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to support y'all that's out here, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make sure I support all the brothers. But, yeah, me and white folks, cool. We all right. We get money. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Y'all niggas ain't getting no money with white folks. So it's just, you know, fuck the white folks. I got you. Me and white folks, cool. I'm going to just hit you niggas with a few dollars, you know. You know, that was it. You know what I'm saying? And that's the energy. It's like, money is what moves. Money's the magnetizer. You know what I'm saying? But that's only when you don't understand what real value is. And people get caught up in these conversations and all this goofball Jordan Maxwell shit. Oh, the money's in the river and the river's by the bank and this is and that and your social security card. Stop it. It's not just American money. Niggas running around thinking, oh, American money is fiat, the dollar. No, every money is fiat. There's no such thing as a value outside of a human soul. The only thing that has value on this planet is a human soul, period.
Right.
So there can be no thing that has true value except for physical flesh, because flesh is the only thing that contains a soul. So there is nothing that could possibly offer value besides that.
Right.
So no currency has a value. It's all fiat. The only reason why money backed by resources has a value is because of the value of the resource to the flesh and the soul it carries.
Exactly. It's
So
not even the
gold,
resource, the value of it.
correct. So gold is precious, not because it's yellow and shiny. There's plenty of other metals that are shiny. Gold is special because gold is the most potent antioxidant on earth. It does not oxidize. And the mustard plant, the mustard seed, has such a prominent space in the Bible, even though it's a lot of herbs talked about in there. I made quite a bit of formulas from herbs in the Bible. I found out after being told by countless quote unquote professionals that, you know, the heavier metals, you know, you can't get those in herbs. So you plants don't concentrate those. I was like, okay. Kept studying. Science books all over the place. I'm like, man, let me go ahead and pick up that. Let me pick up that other book and see what this other book is saying. This other book be having some profound shit in here sometimes. And sure enough, I started looking at that. Something stood out about that mustard seed, because I know the mustard seed is super bitter. I know the origin of mustard was a health thing. So just like breakfast cereal started out as a health thing, then they loaded it up with sugar and the shit went crazy. But the Kellogg's brothers was originally trying to create a health, you know. So, but anyway, the mustard plant is strong enough that it concentrates small amounts of gold in it.
Wow.
See, that's value right there. That's how I make it rain on niggas. I just put diamonds all on top of niggas. So whoever's in the chat room listening, they like,
yeah. Wow.
Now if you're in the chat room, that's not just something you could use for your health. Niggas don't understand. Every time I'm talking about this shit, it's also entrepreneurship. Because now, if you know that we're in a situation where we're dealing with high levels of inflammation critically, I just slipped some jewels in his coat that he could sell if he chose. Word to wisdom. Try to rise up above. Keep your eye out for Jake Shorty Rock One Love. Man. But yep, Azariah, that was the guy that got me to come inside from outside, because I was outside, not planning on coming inside. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they bring me in, and when everybody was blackballing me in New York, they wouldn't give me a place to speak. He took me up to Infudishi spot, and up in Infudishi spot, and then Brother Kaba started coming up there, and he was already like feeding me books. You know what I'm saying? He gave me a book that was so insane. This book will fry niggas' brains. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna order another copy of the book right now. I'm literally gonna order a copy of this book right fucking now. If this shit is online, I'm ordering this shit right now.
Send it to me, man.
I want everybody to see it. I want everybody to see it so everybody can do the same thing. This book was so crazy. He gave me this book while I was working in Verizon. He came in the store to buy phones with his kids. And he had such a crazy conversation. He became like a lifelong teacher for that. After that, hold on, man. This shit ain't even on here. Amazon does not have the book. Wow. I know I got a copy somewhere, but I know it's beat up. I need to get a new one. Go all the way out of print. Yes. Okay. It's Animals in Digestive System. The author is, wow, these books are out of stock everywhere. Man, when I tell you this is a tough ass book, this shit crazy. The book is called Animals in, oh, wait a minute. I think I found it on Amazon. Is it back? Animals in Digestive System, How to Avoid Disease Nutritionally. I'm getting ready to add this to my cart right now. Boop. BAP. Check out. Send that, please, right now. Come on, stop playing with me. Yup. Bang. And I'm paying $23.08 with a $10.54 shipping.
What's the author's name?
I got you. It's oh shit. It is Michael Joseph. The name is Animals in Digestive System, How to Avoid Disease Nutritionally. And so obviously, now the book I just got is clearly a rewrite because it's not the original cover of the book or reprint. But the cover that I originally got with the book, the cover it said AIDS real big. So when you see the book, the shit already fuck your mind up because it said, and it was back in that time where AIDS was the shit. You know what I'm saying? So it was like AIDS, how to avoid disease nutritionally. And then in small letters, it said Animals in Digestive System. So basically it links autoimmune diseases to the animals you eat. Wow. But it does it in such a meticulous, detailed fashion. One of the books that changed my life. One of the books that changed my life from Brother Kaba. That was like the three that low key, them niggas was like the three wise men.
Right.
I kid you not. It was Azariah, Enqi, and Brother Kaba. That was like the three wise men type shit. You know what I'm saying? It was feeding me with shit. You know what I'm saying? But Azariah, I guess, I didn't speak to him in the past. I hadn't spoke to him in a minute. But that's because I'm on my hardcore science shit, and he went into, he's always been deep into occult shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But
I started out in different spaces. You know what I'm saying? I spent a lot of years in tantric study. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the space that, you know, the occult space anyway that we was in. But then I just started focusing that information on healing the folks and just refining that, you know what I'm saying? Because once you figure out what your gift is, then you know what you got to do. And if you're not doing it, you know, you're going to have, shit's going to happen to you because you're not following the blueprint. So when it just became refinement. You know what I'm saying? So Brother Kaba was the guy that taught me how to teach, not what to teach, how to teach. Because he was the first one of his kind that I had seen in that space. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us make that mistake. Because people call themselves lecturers or teachers, we automatically lump them together.
Right.
So he taught me that there was a difference between a lecturer and a teacher.
Right.
A lecturer comes in, talks at the people, and then leaves.
Right.
Teacher has to make sure that your comprehension level just went up before he leaves. It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? So he would come in to the class and he would have like 100, 200 slides for us to go through, but he was completely comfortable with just getting stuck on the first slide and not moving it for 2 or 3 hours. Like, and then I'm the smart one. So I'm mad with all the slow niggas. I'm like, stop asking questions. I'm missing the. Yeah. But he like, nah, that's not it, young blood. Me and you can get together after class, but we got to make sure these people get this. They can't go to second grade without the full understanding of first grade. Mm-hmm. It don't make sense for us to just go through a whole bunch of information if we're not going to take our time to make sure that they understand what, and then how to apply what they understood to get the. I want it now. I'm saying, like,
Right.
slow me down. You know what I'm saying? But I learned, bro, it's not about you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about you. This teaching comes through you, not from you. You got to understand that. You know what I'm saying? So, what is going on?
So what's good with the movie? Let's, you know what I mean, what's been happening? What's, you mean, tell the people, bring it back up to it. I wait, hold on. I told y'all when Dr. Enqi on, whatever you thought you knew before he came on is going to be added to you when he leaves. I told you that's what was going to happen. But you know what I'm saying? I do want to know what's the progress, what's the process, what's been happening with American Healer, what's going on.
Man,
I think I even
we 2 hours into this. We 2 hours in right now. You know what I'm saying? But everything is almost done. You know what I'm saying? So the first leg of the American Healer experience is done. Getting with Rob, shout out to Councilman Rob Scott, and doing the actual lecture, which is now known as Unreasonable Doubt. Doing the documentary, getting that done, getting that out, and then doing the marathon, which I had set for 24 hours. But just the review of the information on diabetes that I had already put out alone was 18 hours straight.
Right.
So before I even started getting into the new information, and I had 1,200 slides. Well, I had about 700 slides. That's a whole nother story. But I had 700 slides to go through brand new after the 18 hours.
Wow.
So I wound up doing 40 hours, all about 40 hours marathon. You know what I'm saying? And we had to take a few little breaks because Carly, shout out to Carly, we didn't plan for going into Monday and Tuesday and all that. You know what I'm saying? So by the time, Monday hit, we got to snap out of it. Baby's got to get to school and shit. Other, you know what I'm saying? So now you got to facilitate other stuff while facilitating them. But it was good because that's a precursor to people for the next course that's coming out. Like, one of the first things that we did was open up a free biochemistry school online for everybody. Right now, the people can leave this video and go to the biochemistry school, sign up and learn all the shit you need to learn for free. And anywhere else you're going to go to biochemistry school, it's going to be a minimum of 30 bands. A minimum of 30 bands. We got one for free.
I don't think I heard you. Say that again. You can go on right now.
Hold on, let's hit the share screen. Where you at now? Let's hit the share screen. Let's walk them all the way through it so that they know how to do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said
so they know how to do it. Matter of fact, look at this bozo right here. This is Captain Bozo, this guy. This picture is just so crazy. And when they was throwing away statues, I'm like, yo, how did y'all miss this, John? How did y'all miss this one? When y'all was throwing away statues and all that, like, y'all missed this one? Y'all forgot this one? Because this is the one that y'all should have threw out. If y'all was throwing away statues, this is the one.
I ain't got my glasses on, so all that is a blur to me from where I'm at.
Yeah. That's your DNA, nigga. You can see that just as fine, nigga. Your brain is blocking that out. Like, no, that's not what I think that is. That's absolutely Champollion with his left foot.
Oh, wow.
on the head of the fallen pharaohs as a sign of the European dominance on the kings of Africa.
Wow.
Yeah. That way.
Where's
that
that?
way.
I need to shoot a video there. 3-4 weeks later, they can blow that up too. What was
Man,
that?
I just felt like you. Listen, I felt like you needed
I had to add something a little funky there. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's exactly what that was. I was about to say that was funky right there. That gave me a little James Brown feel to it.
All right, beautiful. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We're making this easier, hopefully. Go to 40dayfruitfast.com. When you get to 40dayfruitfast.com, you're going to click on the sign in. Right, you see the sign in, or you should see the sign in right there, up to your right hand side. When you click the sign in, it's going to give you these 3 options. Now, I know that says $19.99. It's fine. Just click it. It's going to be free. I promise. You see at the top, it's letting you know what the price is. Free. Right? But it's showing you that you're getting a $240 a year membership for free, so that we on the same page. Now you're going to enter in your info. Important thing to notice here, again, is that you won't be asked or prompted to, like, it's not one of those websites where yeah, it's free. And then, but give us your credit card information because we don't plan on charging you. We just want to verify that you're a real person by allowing us to, we're going to debit $1 and refund it and all kind of crazy. No, we're not doing none of that. It's just first name, last name, username, email, password. That's it. Just the bare minimum of what you need to get in and establish an account so that we can get you into the course as easy as possible. Like, this is super, like, fourth quarter, end of the game. Like, there's zero time to play around with our health in this space. So we want to make sure that everybody has access to this information. Nobody has an excuse. Like, now everybody could be at home like, we just, like, even in a playing field in an insane way with this, 3 free courses that we're giving away to the public. All right, so after you put your stuff in, this is going to be your sign-up screen. You're going to see this screen next. This means you're kind of lit. So you're going to go, like, to your middle of your screen, hit that drop down, go to course, then my courses. And from there, you should see American Healer and the Real You pop up. For the American Healer and then for the Living Biochemistry courses, you will need to be a member of Patreon. But for the Real You, which has 29 one-week classes, and they all have, each of these courses has a final. So I think the first 2 courses, the final exam is not that extensive, but the last one, because the last one's testing you on the article and some of the information in the article, that test is going to be insane. That's like a 50 question, 100 question final. Like, that's insane. So I would guess it would take somebody with, like a job or a business and children, a family. I would guess it would take them maybe somewhere around 5 months to finish up the course completely. Somebody else, you got time to just really, like, focus on it and blow through it, I would say less than a month, maybe you could do it in a month, so something like that. Maybe not a month. Yeah, I would say maybe if you really lock yourself in, you could probably do it in like 2 months. You could probably do it in like 2 months and really retain the information and study and passion. Great. Like, I think you could do it in like maybe 2 months, 3 months. But
so is we trying to make it as like easy for people as possible. Now there's no excuse. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You got a whole entire, and we cover everything from pregnancy to supplements to, it's because what we did was we didn't start out with like I didn't start out with like, okay, I'm going to teach them this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It came from the people. The people asked for it, demanded it, and they donated to it. You know what I'm saying? So I took a poll and, you know, we went and we took time to poll the community to figure out what health sciences like are the most important to you. Like, what's the main thing you think that would uplift Black folks if they just knew this?
Yeah.
So you find out that everybody has a different one of those. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of knew it already because doing lectures, especially doing health lectures, which is different than other spaces. Because if you're doing like history or something like that, it's a very specific type of conversation and audience. Health is different. If you're known for health information, you could be doing a lecture on lupus or the common cold, but people are going to come to that lecture looking to hear solutions for everything, to impotence, diabetes, this one, heart, this one, that, high blood pressure. I got black fungus on my toe. My butt crack itching. I got a bump on my thigh. It's getting bigger.
Right.
At nighttime, I can't breathe through this side of my nose. Like all kind of questions you getting ready to get. That's why the frauds that be trying to be in this space, they just call them herbal salesmen. Because even if you watch their lectures, they can't take open questions from the audience. They can only speak on the things they prepared because they don't really know the information. They could just read off what they wrote on their slides. Right. You know what I'm saying? They can't do no Q&A. Q&A is going to expose them. The audience is going to be like, hey, I got this type of cancer. Hey, what about this? What about well, basically go vegan and you stop eating meat and exercise, you be fine. You don't know what the fuck you doing.
Right.
You don't stay in the studio long enough. You didn't get you didn't study nowhere. You didn't learn from nobody. You watched a few YouTube videos, mixed it up, talking to your homeboys. They said you sound deep. You went online with it. Now you online with it. You got an audience. You see people like that type of content from you, so you want to keep doing it. But you playing with people's health, like
right.
You're just entertaining, and you're entertaining with health information. See, people don't understand. If you're an entertainer, you can entertain people while cooking, while taking a shit, while teaching science, while driving a car. You're an entertaining person. So John Q. Public can't tell the difference between somebody that really is dedicated their life to a craft versus somebody who's entertaining them with catchphrases and trendy topics and words. You know what I'm saying? You mix a few shit in, you say melanin, you say pH, you say alkaline, you sound deep. Melanin, pH, alkaline, you sound deep. And most motherfuckers saying those things have no idea what any of them mean. How do you keep your body alkaline? Like, oh, well, I gotta eat this and do that. I'm like, no, I asked you about your body. I didn't say how you kept your digestive system or your blood. I said your body. Oh, well, it's the same, ain't it? No, nigga, you got different pHs in different spaces. Mm-hmm. Different sets of tissue require different pH states. You know what I'm saying? So your blood got to be a 7.365 to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? And to me, I always love that. You know what I'm saying? Because that shows to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the connection of the cosmos in your creation. You know what I'm saying? Because 7.365, that's 7 days in a week, 365 days a year. Yeah. That's unmistakable for that to be your blood value.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a super signature of God. And people don't understand when I say God is music. They don't understand when I say that music created math. Math just didn't create music. Music is superior to math. Math and music are the two sciences that mankind did not create. See, music is God, but you can't understand the nature of God through music. You can only articulate music either by making music or with math, period. But math does not communicate experiences or emotions. So math is incapable of fucking with music.
Wow. That is a banner note to end this this segment of our time with Dr. Enqi here at the Hardcorrespondant Podcast. And I agree 100. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Does I agree with that 100%?
I'm always gonna like that. Like, listen, let me tell you something. As one rapper to another rapper, fuck all the deep shit. As one rapper to another rapper, right? And you know what I'm saying. That's one of those lines right there. That's one of those things where, like, you know how you have your niggas that you fuck with, you know what I'm saying? Y'all write together, but you don't get to see what I'm writing till it's ready. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then he say some shit, and you be like, "Oh, nigga, that's I can't believe I didn't come up with that first."
Yeah. That should be happening to me all the time. That happened to me all the time. Yeah.
That hard correspondent, I'm like, ooh, that shit ugly right there. That's amazing.
Well, salute, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you know what I mean. I can only say what it is, the truth. You know what I mean? I only speak the truth. You know what I mean? So yeah, we got y'all don't even understand, man. It was a person, we had a private conversation. He crazy, son. Listen, hold up though. I gotta tell you like this. I was like, next time we bring that, I'm like, I ain't gonna be no chicks, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be no more chicks, bro. But I get what you're saying. But hold on, and it was hilarious though. You know what I mean? It was on point. If it would have been anybody else but me, I would have been like, yeah, completely. I get it. But nah. But we finna get some things started, man. We got some things going on. Even though the message was stay out of LA, I'll be in LA. You know what I mean? In about 2 weeks, we're gonna handle that business out there.
People's gonna move everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And, but for the most part, niggas need to shut it down. Yeah, especially people that don't have ties to LA, not real ties, like having security and security have ties to LA. And so because that's your man, you think you got ties to LA, that's not real ties to LA.
Right.
Because the moment you go out there without them niggas, it's some other shit is going on. So you don't have real ties in LA. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't have real ties in LA, you don't have actual real friends or family there. No, do your business somewhere else. You niggas need to stay at the house. Do that shit online. Like, it's too dangerous. It's just not worth losing your life over. You know what I'm saying? And those are the only people that are getting caught up in these types of situations because it's a lot of, you know what I'm saying? When I went to visit my family over there, I thought coming from New York that I knew how to protect myself.
Right.
I didn't. I had to be humbled. Like, my nigga, you will get killed out here. Calm the fuck down. That's my family out there telling me, calm the fuck down. We won't even be able to, we can revenge you getting killed, but we won't be able to stop you from getting killed. Okay.
Right.
They're like, we can revenge, but we can't stop it. So we need you to calm the fuck down. Okay. It's different out here because the cops done cracked down on the red and blue bandana. The cops have actually forced the gang activity to become more dangerous. When there was no problem with the red and blue bandanas, it was clear to everybody that was not a part of that universe to stay away from places where you've seen lots of red or blue bandanas or yellow or red or orange or some of the other. But now they don't have that on. So now these motherfuckers done got to wearing regular clothes. So I get out there and I'm thinking I'm good. I'm got all black and white shit. I'm like, listen, I ain't fucking with nobody. I'm going to visit you niggas. I'm packing me luggage, all black and white shit. We didn't play no fucking games with these strange niggas out here with this crayon shit. You know, that's Taj Tariq. We ain't crayons. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Out there, nigga, you a crayon. Color matters. You will die over some colors out there. They done switch it up, so you can't tell. It's different teams. It's different name brands. Like, I'm out there with New York hat. They're like, oh, that's belonging to such and such and such and such. You can't wear that because you. I'm like, this shit too much, bro. It's just too much. Yeah. It's too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? It's just too much to do and learn and think about, and it's too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make sense. It's just too much. And now where you're running into restaurants, killing niggas in the middle of the afternoon for jury, it's too much. It's too much. The OGs over there are supposed to shut that down. That's they're gonna handle it. The OG, trust me, they're gonna regulate it. It's gonna get in-house regulated. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get in-house regulated. Because that's the one thing that you know as the young gunners, you know that the one thing that you cannot do. You can go as wild as you want in the streets, but you cannot fuck up the old gunners' money. Right. You can go as wild as you want, but the moment that shit gets so crazy, you start fucking up everybody's money, it's gonna be a different conversation.
It's a problem. Yeah.
And this one, I think, this is that one, because I don't think that the police and the news, I don't think they're gonna have a way to excuse this to the masses so they could take, because that's what it comes down to.
Right.
Everybody gets mad when Nipsey gets killed, and they like, no, this got to go on. We got to get deep into it. And then they get into it and go, oh, that was a Crip on Crip. Oh, okay. So that, all right. And they just excuse it, let it go, like Biggie and Tupac. Nobody's solving those murders because it's just, you know, that's what they do. See, that's what it's become now. Hey, that's what they do. You've got to, that's Black culture. To kill each other and to kill yourself.
Yeah. And you're right. I don't let the.
I had an argument with original, for 3 hours damn near.
I don't let the original blame leave from where it comes from. That's the cause. I'm still cause and effect. So this is the effect. You know what I mean? It is like I see the effect.
The effect. Fact.
You know what I'm saying? And so this is the cause. However, to change the effect, you have to create a different cause continuously. You know what I'm saying?
That's the new information. That's the American experience.
Yeah, you can. In the math of things, you have a positive and then you have a negative. It turns a negative. Now it's going to take double, triple the positive to, you know what I'm saying, counteract that negative. So, you know what I mean, just put the work in, y'all. And as you put the work in your life, you're going to see the different changes happen around you. And the reason why you know that is because you're going to live long enough to see the changes. If you ain't living long enough to see the changes, then you don't know what it is. But I've been here long enough to see the changes. So I know what it looked like. You know what I mean? I knew it was going to come back to this before. Okay, all right. So, you mean, it's new information that's old. It's always been about the cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? Something happened in my life. You know what I'm saying? Boom, it happened. All right, the first thing what did I do to put myself in that position for that to happen?
That's the right suffix for this word. Y'all just got a word. Y'all got a 2 hour and 23-minute word, and that is the right suffix. That's the suffix we end this on.
Yeah.
Accountability, cause and effect.
Cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? The laws have been here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Well, I need the blueprint. The blueprint was already given to you. You got to pay attention. It was
never going to change. That's the beauty of universal law. You can go along with it or you can succumb to it, but it doesn't change. And it's not going to change for you. You insignificant to universal law.
And you are it at the same time. That's God's mind again. You know what I'm saying? With that, my peoples, yo, Dr. Enqi, man, let them know how to get back in touch with you real quick if they wasn't paying attention. They don't know. Y'all niggas are slow if you don't know. You know what I'm saying? But
you gotta get in touch with me through Son the Great.
Oh, there it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then we go build. Listen, I'll be pushing it. I'll be dropping the name. I'll be on my rhymes, man. That shit, it's in my rhymes now. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, free Kamal Siddiqui.
That's when this shit gonna go crazy. Right. We have to be in the studio at the same time. A lot of people, I don't mind doing the fake shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's fake music. I'm not gonna lie. Right. Where I'm from as a hip hop purist from the Bronx, like I don't this thing where you do a verse at your crib and do it like that that's not really, because people don't really fully understand what music is. Even people that have made millions into billions of dollars on music don't really understand what music is. They don't understand. They just don't get it. So it's not really the same if you are not in the studio.
You're right.
The artist. Right. There's another thing that's being recorded that you can't hear with your. It doesn't pick up like sound. It doesn't. You can't see it. You can't hear it. But it's there. Your brain feels it. Your heart feels it. Is some other thing that's electromagnetic in nature that is recorded in the music. You know what I'm saying? That's
when you're there.
This is why the Beatles, never mind. Because special sound school the Beatles went to before, like then the shit starts sounding crazy, but it's
because frequencies and vibrations is the whole thing. I mean, everybody is frequency and vibration. Everything is passed through frequency vibration. If you don't get it, even your smell is frequency vibration.
The biggest problem that science has is that they figured out, and the problem is fake niggas as usual. And this is the problem I be having. Niggas want to steal my shit and teach it. And I'm like telling the people, like, y'all might like this nigga's personality best. You want to hear my information from his lips, but he doesn't know it thoroughly. So he gonna twist it and you're gonna be looking crazy. So when Albert Einstein steals Max Planck shit and J.J. Thomas shit and try to flip that shit as his shit, he don't fully know what the fuck it is he's talking about. So when these guys get the idea that waves and particles are equivalent, they go, great. So since waves and particles are equivalent and they're convertible to one another, we don't have to study waves anymore. We can just understand the entire universe as particles, because particles and waves are the same thing. So photoelectric effect, we Gucci. Nah, my nigga, that's not how it goes.
Right.
That's not how it goes. We actually need to study the primary, which is the geometry. And the geometry is what creates the waves, because waves and particles are actually just based on scale. When you're up close and personal to a thing, it's a particle. The moment you move back and you see the particles together in movement, you see them as a wave. But when you zoom in, the wave becomes particles, because you're now inside the wave and you can see the different parts. It's just like being right there and you see a flock of birds on top of you. When you see the flock of birds flying right on top of you, you could see each bird. You could damn near count how many it is.
Right.
If that same flock is right there, but you stand back 10 blocks and you look up in the air and you see them, you don't see individual birds. You just see one moving unit like this. You see a wave. That is how it goes at different scales. When you close, you see the birds. The birds are the particles. When you far away, you only see the movement of one unit as a whole. And because they're harmonious, we don't understand that that's also music. We think that something has to be audible for us to it to be music. Just like when we turn off the lights, we think the room is dark. And people think the darkness means there's no light in the room. These niggas is goofy. They don't understand. I'm like, how is it dark and you got a Wi-Fi signal, nigga? That means that there's light in the room, because Wi-Fi is light. You niggas confused. You think visible light is light. No, it's all light. You know what I'm saying? And when you have harmonious light, that is divine light, which is music. Because when you have harmonious mechanical waves or electromagnetic waves, any type of movement is going to... We already ended the video. We up out of here. Peace to the family. Y'all already know what it is. I'll be back for more of this shit.
You know, like I said, pay attention. You know what I'm saying? Be alert. The world needs more alerts. Peace, power. You know what it is. Salute, y'all. We out of here. Catch us. Yeah, man. Man. As always, when the good doctor is in the building, plethora and a cornucopia of information, of knowledge, and what you do with it is your responsibility. Take heed to what is said. Handle your business. Get to your work. Save your family. It's about self, family, culture, universe, most high first. You know what I'm saying? All being brought back to the creator in you, creating what you need to do. That being the case, man, I'm out of here, man. We out. Thank you for welcoming us back after two strongs gone, but we here. So and we ain't going nowhere. Yeah, man. Hold it up. Holla black. Peace. Power. Zulu.
Grossly overlooked and
Keep your gun, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. As we know it is organized information.
You're never gonna get this. I'm trying to show you something.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mind state, but now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts and emotions combined into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation. To create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
What is it?
electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, what I am, type of height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your life, clueless kid and a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion, nigga. Keep your gun, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
What is it? Electromagnetic wave. What is it? Electromagnetic wave. What is it? What is it? What is it?
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzzers biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new monks. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's news hum. Ain't no stopping us. Affecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light.
Like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherals, the middlemen, the RC.
Even your cerebral spinal fluid, right? Your muscles. We show early on the fat accumulating in the muscles, how diabetes destroys the muscle cell because it's.
Yo, you know what's so crazy? I'm literally like, knee deep in absence so yeah, it's crazy. That's all I can say. But remember, all of these are photoreceptive pigments. That's gonna be big tonight. I'm trying to like I'm trying to catch myself so I don't say, like I don't give away, which I got coming after this review, because it's getting ready to get crazy in here.
You have other pigments. Now, this is not just showing you melanin is in these places. I'm showing you other pigments that are in these places. And your concentration of these pigments is also more dense. Right? So just pay attention. Right? Now, I want to introduce something to you that you may not have known. Your pigments function through mechanical waves. Those are sound waves, right? So this may be something that you may not have known. This is not in biology textbooks. But pigments function via mechanical waves. So even the ones that absorb light, they function via mechanical waves. Mechanical waves are sound waves, right? You got to remember, they're absorbing waves, electromagnetic. They're absorbing different light span. That is the top part, the hydrophobic head, the hexagon, right? The body, the hydrophilic part, uses mechanical waves. Right? And this is a mechanical waves is an innate part of your biology that is grossly overlooked and under discussed. See, we got to understand this though, because we got the highest functioning pigments in our body. So we're not people like this. This is the reason why our energy system is thrown off, because we don't even know what our energy system is as Black folks. Right? You're gonna find out today. You're gonna learn today. Crystals are added to these guys to fine tune the types of light received or sent. That's what crystals do. Right? In Enqi, we discussed the nature of minerals and the molecules, and the phospholipid phosphorus is the molecule producing the light. In the eumelanin molecule, copper enzymes function externally. Right? So we talk about right. I'm just showing you some artwork, right? On the left, that's not hieroglyphs though. That's actually science textbooks, right? So you look at the textbooks and then you look at the quote unquote mythology, like, things that make you go, like how deep did the science go? Well, you know, the retinal ganglion cells, right? This is what becomes your rods, your rhodopsin. This is your rhodopsin right here, the rods and cones right here, right? I just want you to see these things. If I don't show them to you, we don't have these discussions. And see, another reason why you need to look at this is because you need to understand that these groups of people, remember, who are the people that's most interested in this stuff? The Germans, the French, right? Napoleon, like these were, what do you think they were studying when? And so that's another thing you need to understand. You need to understand what comedic science is, not comedic history. When you study comedic science, you're looking at these things. And when they understand these things, they know more about you than you know. So this is how you get wound up. You're going through a quiet genocide right now. You don't even know where they got the science from to understand you, to study you, to figure out how to break you down, maximize your weaknesses. You don't know where they got it right there from the blueprint that your ancestors left for you to study and learn to become more powerful. Instead, it's right. Yeah, this is where do you think this come from? Right? We talk about this all the time. This is one of my famous claim to fame, but I'm showing you where I got this from, because this is all pertaining to this question with the un-healable and your neurochemistry, how the brain works, all this and that. Right, but this is where that discovery came from. We discovering the center of consciousness, how the soul works, how the consciousness works, etc., etc. Right, learning about the pigment in the cerebral spinal fluid and the different types of phosphorus, and how those pigments and the phosphorus works in the cerebral spinal fluid. Then this last thing, like this is how it all came together. And once I realized that, then I realized that nobody knew what the damn un-healable was all this time, right? So remember, all this time I've been telling y'all, you know, and I've been standing on my square. You know, people trying to challenge me, you know, what I've been saying, right? And I got this understanding from the story of Osiris, Aset, you know, Asar, Aset, and, you know, Heru, or Osiris, Isis, and Horus, right? She found his body. I'm speeding through the story. Anyway, she found his body. He was dead, of course. Osiris, Isis' wife. She, you know, his brother, Set, you know, once again, he in the story. Set killed Osiris, chopped his body up, whatever. His wife put his body back together, everything except the penis. And she used his essence to have a son to continue the lineage. That son is Horus, right? So one of the interesting things that popped up is that everybody had forgot the main character in the story. Because to me, the main character of that story is not Horus, it's not Osiris, it's not Isis. The main character of the story is this guy you see right here on the right, Bain-Jadet. Bain-Jadet is the soul of Osiris. So when she says in the story that she used the soul of Osiris, you know, his spiritual essence that she got from bringing his body parts together, this is who she got. She got Bain-Jadet. So by using Bain-Jadet, she created Horus, right? And so the craziest part is when you look at Bain-Jadet, right, which is the ram or the goat, right? You know, immediately in my mind, I'm like, yo, this is crazy, because this is, they're giving you the answer right there. The seat of consciousness is literally in the goat. Consciousness is in the goat. Your spirit, your soul is in the goat. Is literally contained in that story right there. It's telling you that. Only thing is, you know, if you don't have an anatomical location in the body for the goat, then it don't make no sense. It sounds ridiculous. Or you sound like some Illuminati bullshit, right? Until you know what the third ventricles look like. You're like, oh shit, this is the ventricles in the brain. And I'm like, hold on. So now I'm digging in my bag. And I'm like, okay, well, if this is the source of consciousness, there's going to have to be a different type of information. I mean, a different type of energy produced here to power the brain cells in a different type of way. Because it can't just be, the brain cells can't just, mitochondria is not going to be enough to power your brain cell activity. Your brain wave activity is stronger when you sleep than when you awake. Like you can't even, so, and we'll talk about Kleber's law in a second, because Kleber's law demonstrates that based on the standard model of energy, we don't even have enough energy. We're not even supposed to have enough energy to power our bodies. Something is wrong. And we're going to talk about that more in a second. But so just know this part. So my mind, like, okay, it has to be another. And consciousness has to reside in the plasma of the brain, you know, the cerebral spinal fluid, I guess, more than the brain cells, because the brain cells are always being replaced. So clearly the information can't be there. It has to be, you know, so just going through these whole processes, and then, you know, the similarities of, we still using the word RAM for information processing today. Like, what you think about that? The RAM in your computer, right, is what runs your computer's processing of information. So why not the RAM in your brain, right? We know that we get our science from our bodies. right? So literally is the RAM in your brain, right? So I'm like, okay, boom. As I'm studying and I'm learning about the pineal, like crystals, right? Because remember, long back, maybe about 10 years ago now, I did a lecture in Detroit where I was putting together the crystal radio and showing people how radios use crystals. But people think that the radio signals is coming through the crystals. It's not. Radio waves are picked up by copper. And it's not anything special that you do to the copper. You don't need to dope it or add or take anything away. Regular plain old copper by itself picks up radio waves, right? When you curl up the copper, you boost up the copper's potential to pick up waves, curled copper, right? Coiled copper, right? So that's where you get coiled serpents and all this and all that. But anyway, so the crystal part is what tunes it to pick a specific frequency and stick with that. So once I learned that you have calcium crystals that are formed in the pineal gland, right? And a specific type. In the pineal gland, your calcium crystals, unlike the ear is different because in the pineal gland, they glow. You have calcite crystals in the pineal gland, they glow. That right there was a different vibe. I was like, okay, so we definitely have to have a different type of power source that can do two things. Now, this is how it got deep in my mind. I'm like, the power source got to be able to do two things. It has to specifically be able to attach to this pineal gland, this mystery character, slippery, this guy over here. But then on the flip side, it has to be able to reach every single brain cell. Like how, what I'm saying? Like how, so that was a thing. But then I figured out there's only one thing that does that, and that had to be the fluid in the brain. So understanding vortex, like energy distribution, tornado, maelstrom, you know what I'm saying? Like whirlpool, energy distribution. And then understanding this was just like a tube system. I'm like, no, it's in the third ventricle. It's in the third ventricle. Before there was documentation to validate what I was saying, the book came out. The book, and before then the videos came out. And don't worry, even my channel that I took down, I took pictures of when all the videos went up. So I still have the date of when I put up certain videos, the record of when videos went up. So, and then, this also was a key to it, right? Like father, like son. Look at the hat of Osiris. The hat of Osiris, the crown of Osiris, right? Just showing you. The crown of Osiris, right? And the crown of Osiris is almost like two braided feathers onto a ram's horn. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, that's electricity. Then the ram's horns is showing me the brain, the ventricles in the brain.
Yo, I don't know if I can top this.
So now I'm putting this thing together.
Chill, yo. I don't know if I can top this. I got to keep it a buck. The melanin, the first 5 hours, the first 5 hours was so crazy. I was like, damn, I don't even know if the 12-hour was better than the 5-hour. But now watching this joint, I'm like, yo, this shit is better than that joint right there. This is crazy. I don't know if I could beat these two joints.
So this is how the founder of the soul found this, how I discovered this. And that, my good friends, is what the eye of Heru is. So when you're talking about mapping the brain, it's mapping the brain, but what it's mapping is the ventricles. right? Is mapping the ventricles. And this is where, even, for my biblical researchers out there, you can put it down and lay it to rest. So much controversy came from what is the real serpent in the garden? What was that? Well, Nakash. When you go back to the root, you get to whisper or to hiss, also meaning to divine or enchant. Well, now did you know where the sound comes from? The hissing sound from the serpent comes from this third ventricle. There's a hissing sound that Buddhist monks and, strong meditators, they talk about being able to actually hear and focus in on. That's coming from the third ventricle. So that's the third eye, is actually not the pineal gland, it's the third ventricle. Because you got to remember the term eye in ancient Egyptian was a body of water, or symbolically a plasma body, fluid. So what we're talking about is the third ventricle. Right? And now we got like, this is what that is. This is what that is. This is what your ventricles look like from the side. So the same thing I'm showing you here, look, what I'm showing you here, it's like if you take the brain and you look from under it, straight up at the ventricles, this is where you get this view. If you look from the side, this is the view you got. So this is what they drew up in ancient Kemet. And this is what your modern computer 3D, that's what they got. The modern computer, when they do the thermal magnetic imaging of your ventricle system, that's what it looks like. On the left, you see the big one on the left? That's your most modern cutting edge depiction of your ventricle system. Ventricle 1, ventricle 2, ventricle 3, and ventricle 4. This is what the eye of Heru is. And don't embarrass your ancestors by thinking that they wasn't advanced enough to know this already. It's just one more of those things that's remarkable. But y'all niggas don't stay in the studio long enough. So yes, everybody has to thank me. And the Black community, y'all don't even have a Nobel Prize to give them. It's all right. I'll take the cash apps and stuff or whatever. Yes. No, I'm definitely able to say I'm feeling myself, because y'all was running around with the eye of Heru and had no idea what it meant. You got people having Kemetic conferences and they didn't invite me on. Why? Because they want to teach you and keep you locked into Kemetic history, not Kemetic science. Nobody knows what the eye of Heru was. I figured it out. So as the world changes and people start referring to the eye of Heru as the ventricle system in the brain, the seat of the soul or the consciousness lies in the plasma fluid. When they start to just make sure you pull their pants up and tell them, oh yeah, you got that from Enqi, or you got that from somebody who got that from Enqi, because we was there in the building when Enqi put that out. We was in the building. That's
Hold on. I'm trying to see something. If I could do something real quick. If I put something on my IG. What? What is going on? That say my page is gone. What the? Oh, I changed my name. Man, I'm about to start panicking. Like, yo, they done got my IG things down. All right. I hope this does not play with the music, but I'm showing this. I'm showing this because let me show y'all this joint real quick. They be doing all kind of dirty tricks on my Instagram page. Like they won't show my views. They like to show the likes. They like to show whatever's less on my page, actually. So like this video right here, right now, this video has 895 plays, but instead of showing the views or the plays, they show the likes because it's only 45. What does it say? 46, 48. Okay, my phone say 45. But I want to say the second time I went to Ohio, so this must have been like 15 or more years ago. This is a while ago. It's definitely about 15 years ago. Easy. I was in Cleveland State University and we went in, but I did a whole big section about MSG and a couple of excitotoxins. And one of the things that we talked about was titanium dioxide. And it's crazy because somebody hit me up and said something greasy earlier to me. They was like, "Oh, you reposted that lady's stuff, whatever." I'm like, hold on. Her and these people, all of these people on there, anybody even talking about this? Got this from the wave that I started 15, over a decade ago, almost 2 decades ago. It just so happened that the wave is still rolling. So there are people that are still hearing from other people about titanium dioxide. You know what I'm saying? But we started that in Cleveland State University almost 2 decades ago. It's just now getting to the point where it's circulating around. And in Europe, they banned it. So now it's really looking crazy over here. But we talked about the titanium dioxide, the excitotoxins, MSG. We went into the banned food dyes, and like we went in on titanium dioxide. So, but we can get back to the work. You know what I'm saying? I just thought this was super important in this space. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're looking at these foods, the thing with titanium dioxide is it can create a predisposition for cancer, right? By causing, messing with your DNA. Cool. If you saw the documentary though, you know that there's a huge, like they play cousins, like they cancer and diabetes, that's like ebony and ivory. Like that's a unit right there. You get cancer, the chances of you getting diabetes go through the roof. You get diabetes, the chances of you getting cancer go through the roof. So, and the reason is because at the core of cancer is ATP and insulin. And at the core of diabetes is ATP and insulin. You know what I'm saying? So that needs to be the new combination. Now check that. Oh man, I couldn't even pause it. Because it was so many other shit that they didn't circle with the titanium dioxide, like the BHT and all kinds of other little. But we got to go to the basics. You know, we can't get so deep into the extraordinary science that we're forgetting to make sure that, because I'm gonna assume that everybody that mess with me reads their food labels, ingredients and stuff like that. But it's still not a popular thing. It's not a popular thing. And you guys need to work with your people once they start reading labels, because the reason most people don't read labels is because they don't know what it is that they're reading anyway. So it doesn't even make sense. If it tastes good, they eat it. If not, they, but that's how I roll. If you can't understand it or you wouldn't eat it by itself, my rule is to put it back. Period. Be like, oh, it ain't nothing. All right, well, let me ask you this. If I just bought you some of this, would you eat some? Nah, what I look like having polysorbate 60 with yellow, like. So knock it off. They don't need no preservatives outside of like citrus, vitamin C, something to that effect. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of natural preservatives where they don't have to get into like the crazy, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, all right. Like, I don't know. Listen, anybody that's watching, I can't even say y'all should have had popcorn ready. Because if y'all have popcorn ready for a 30-minute or 1 hour lecture, y'all was supposed to do like Thanksgiving dinner for this shit.
That's like being in the building for one of them games, like a game 6, Michael Jordan won the championship. Or you was there live watching LeBron, you know what I'm saying? Come back on the Warriors, like you was here. You was here. Look. Look at yourself. I know a lot of people got personal attachment. It's all right to admit that none of them knew what the fuck they was talking about. It's all right. See, it was worth walking through that whole process with me. Now you see how some of these things take years. But see, this is why you use hieroglyphs, because pictures is so simple. Once you find out what a picture means, it's in an undeniable way that you can't do nothing with the truth but acknowledge it. So if people don't want to acknowledge the truth because it's coming from me, hey, like it or not, I'm all you got. You done got 1,000 books while Aya Haru, and none of them knew what the Aya Haru was.
Sometime between 5 and 6. Right about 5:30-ish. The review will be finished. Just letting y'all know. Somewhere around 5:30, the review will be finished.
You got niggas with they tattoo, they done gave themselves titles in comedic movements. They don't know what this is though. They done gave themselves names and they done been initiated into comedic systems. They don't know what this is though. So niggas initiating other niggas. You supposed to be a comedic master. You don't know what this is though. How you know? Because I know. It's not in their literature. Now that I put it out, oh, niggas gonna grab onto it and run with it. Like they know what they was talking about. Just make sure you mention my name when you grab my shit. Right? And it's not just it. It's not just me being the only nigga on earth to figure out what the Aya Haru is. But I figured out the purpose. Remember, I told you, Don't miss not near part of my greatness. Remember, I told you that the consciousness is coming from that third ventricle because it's a vortex up in there. And when I said it's a vortex up in there in the third ventricle, niggas say, see, that's that pseudo information. That's that pseudo information. Ain't no vortex. You come with that old Nikola Tesla bullshit. Boo-boo. I said, hold on. First of all, see, you don't read no books. If you read any books on Nikola Tesla, you would know that Nikola Tesla dreamt he was in ancient Egypt every night. That's where his information came from. I'm telling you, I'm coming from this information because I study the Bible and I study the information. I study pyramid shit, honestly. And between the Bible and when you cross-reference that with Kemet, it's a lot of things you can find out if you're studying science. But, vortex? They said, no, see, the toroidal physics, they coming up with all this goofy shit because they watching all these people on YouTube. They're not really doing no real research, like real-time, real-life applications of these sciences they study. See? You can see the Heru Falcon right there. Now look at that. This is why I was saying the Heru Falcon picture gave it away. Let me go back to it. Look. Let me show you why I said the Falcon picture gave it away. Right there. Because when you look at the vault of heaven picture on the left, you see that thick black line that goes across the top, right? That right there is filled up with cerebral spinal fluid in the brain. Right? When you look on the right, when you see the actual picture that they interpret as the corpus callosum and all this other goofy stuff, you see that roof that will be like the vault of heaven, the top. That right there is the skull up there where the cerebral spinal fluid is going around. That's where it recycles, goes around the top so it can start its journey again. Right? So to me, that was a dead giveaway. I was like, oh, how you look at that? How you use the vault of heaven as a model and you don't even know what you're looking at? I'm like, right? So it just show you. See, look, that vault, that's the top of the brain. It's going around again. Nothing go around near except the cerebral spinal fluid. That's also in the middle, right? The only thing that's in the middle, that's in the top, is the cerebral spinal fluid. So that even confirmed the fact that it's the ventricles, even, right? So let me show you also, the key piece also is the third ventricle, right? The third ventricle is, because a lot of people couldn't understand relationship to the third ventricle, to the pineal gland. When an embryo is developing, when the baby's developing, this third ventricle, the roof of the third ventricle is where the pineal gland grows from. So the pineal gland is actually a piece of the third ventricle. But like I said, you got to know anatomy and how babies grow. So I got 10 babies. So it's, I kind of know a little bit about how babies grow. The pineal gland develops from the roof of the third ventricle. So it is a part of the third ventricle. Make no mistake. The pineal gland is a part of your third ventricle. It grows from the roof of the third ventricle. So whatever's happening inside the third ventricle, the pineal gland is a part of that. In fact, it is a gland that is, the glandular system in the pineal gland is run by whatever's happening inside that third ventricle. That's why the third ventricle creates the pineal gland. Right? This is how your biology goes. Right? So calcite microcrystals in pineal gland, make sure we just want to make sure that everything is documented, We got to show people so you can look up, you can see. The complex structures of the microcrystals may lead to crystallographic symmetry breaking and possible piezoelectricity, as is seen the case with the otoconia. Those are the ear crystals I was talking about. But the The ear crystals and the pineal are both calcium based, but these are calcite crystals. And the difference is calcite crystals, whenever they get in the presence of oxygen or mechanical stress, it turns it into light. So you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why does your pineal gland does that? Well, clearly it's converting whatever's in the third ventricle into light. Right? That's clearly what it would be doing there. Right? The guard with the guard, you now pulling the cable. Right? So this is how I be moving. You know what I'm saying? The guard with the guard. Right? So fluorescent and absorption studies of the binding of copper and iron to transferrin. Right? So now we're talking about iron from the cells. Right? How copper and iron behave. Right? And that's where you can look up this process. Right? I'm giving you all the info you need to look this up. Every aspect of what I'm telling you. So when I tell you that the pineal gland transfers light to the blood cells, I'm showing you all the documentation. We're not making up nothing. We're not playing with nobody, right? We could joke, but we're not playing today. I'm showing you what makes you unique also. Why they got to shut your, why all this, what's targeted to you? Why you targeted for genocide? Right? You got to understand you're different in a scary way. Right? So the combination of iron and copper, right, allows them to pick up like candles. I'm just making an analogy so you understand this simply. A study has been made of the fluorescence and absorption changes that occur when copper and iron bind to transferrin. Right? So this is showing you, and here we go, let's skip to the second paragraph. Look, this is also consistent with the Forster mechanism, right? And then we pick up, what is the Forster mechanism, right? A mechanism of fluorescence, resonance, energy transfer. Fluorescence, resonance, energy transfer. You understand? So light is able to transfer from the pineal gland to healthy red blood cells. But guess what? Those red blood cells for diabetics, this is not happening, Black folks. They shutting your shit down right here. I'm showing you. Not only am I showing you evidence of how your soul, your consciousness arises. I'm giving you the science. I'm teaching you on the highest level. I'm also showing you that the people who can stumble upon this knowledge or pieces of it, how they can control you if you don't know about this. I'm giving you freedom. I told you, when you start watching this video, no matter how much money you put in the Cash App, you're going to want to put some more money in the Cash App. You're going to realize what you're getting. We're not playing. We're joking, but we're not playing today. Now, you got an A1C count, and the crystals, sugar crystals, are covering up your hemoglobin. Think about this. Every one of your red blood cells pass through the pineal gland 12 times a day. The same number as the underworld of Asar. Now, think about it. I'm just showing you, not only am I showing you how I discovered these things, I'm showing you where they at in modern science. I'm showing you where they was at in your ancient science, right? Yeah, because that same story that I'm telling you about that showed me where the soul, like, I just gave me all the science, gave me the breadcrumbs to put this thing together. That's also the story that says, oh, well, because he didn't have the penis and blah, 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 he had to, function, as the god of the underworld. And he described the underworld through the duat. That's basically the light through the 12, that, like, we're going, yeah, it's there. It's there. I'm showing you something, right? So that I put all that together in my own symbol. Now that's my symbol right there. Of how the pineal gland translates that light to the red blood cells. See, coming from the pioneer. Right? See, I hate that. Thank you. See, I've discovered things that even the smartest people in their field can't figure out. Steve Krashen figured out that there must have been some sort of mechanism that allowed our brains to learn languages. But they never figured out what the mechanism was. They needed me to come do it. See? These niggas go out and get Nobel Peace Prizes for this type of shit. If they're getting Nobel Prize, come on now. I told you, I deserve multiple Nobel. I got multiple different Nobel Peace Prize shit in here that I'm, like, multiple. That by itself, each one of these things, multiple. Each one of these fucking things individually, I'm supposed to be, like, globally recognized. It should be amazing. But anyway, it's all right. I said cash apps, in lieu. Right? And always, what I'm saying? Had to keep making sure that, new crystal in the pineal gland, characterization and potential role in electromechanical transduction. I got to make sure, see, I want to make sure that we're joking, but we're not playing everything. Documentation. Okay, everything, documentation. Everything, documentation. We joking, but we're not playing everything, documentation. Right? Right? Everything, documentation. See? The light shineth in the darkness. What did it say? Come on now.
What is it? We gotta get out of that. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Your soul is a really serious
Thoughts and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified in Kemet is the falcon's plasma. Satan is trick, blatant as a dick to be complacent, and this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your life, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns and squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
What is electromagnetic wave? What is electromagnetic wave? What is
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mums. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's loose hum. Ain't no stopping us. Expecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Like entendres, like forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018, radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Listen, you got to understand. In the Bible, When they lost their blessing, that's, you know, they did start burning in the sunlight. And you got to think about the blessing. What was that blessing that they lost? Well, if you remember, God's covenant with the 12 tribes, God's covenant with the people was what? You got to think about that. The Bible told you, what was God's covenant? That's where the blessings would come from, the covenant. So what was God's covenant with the people? What was the sign of that? It was the rainbow, right? The electromagnetic spectrum. Think about that. God's covenant was light and water. That's what a rainbow is. A rainbow is light. It's the electromagnetic radiation being captured in water molecules. That's what a rainbow is. So that was literally, you got to think about that. So you got to understand, I already had all this ready for y'all when I made the album, Sound Becomes Light. That's why the song is Sound Becomes Light. You got to understand what I'm saying. Sound becomes light is a periodic. Like, this is what I'm saying. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they started burning. You got to think about it. What was that? What's the blessing? Right? Think about it. The covenant was the rainbow. The rainbow is what? Electromagnetic radiation in water. This is what I'm saying. We need volunteers that's going to be serious with this. $85 a month, rain, sleet, shade, rain, sleet, or snow. $25 a week, either or, right? So we can keep this research going, seriously. You notice we've been going for hours. Let me see. We at 8.5 hours right now. And we didn't double back on nothing. We still going straight, strong. We're not doubling back, taking questions. Like, we still going. New information, like, we going. 8.5 hours, brand new information. Like, so, and people with type 2 diabetes, I'm serious about this. Text me your email so I can help you apply this to your life for real. We're not playing with this. We're knocking this out. I'm not doing this for my health. You know, your mama used to say that to you. I ain't clean this house for my health. Right? I didn't put this together for my health. Right? And that's why I'm giving it away free in good faith. I know I'm thanking you in advance. Right? We're going to defund diabetes. Right? So anyway, what does this all have to do with diabetes and melon? Right? Go back to our first slide. Remember that from way this morning? If any of y'all are still here, because we done had people coming and going all day because we've been going for 8.5 hours. So I get it, right? But we got to go back so I can bring it back. We're talking about this conversion of raw material into light, right? And sound waves, right? Mechanical waves, right? What we have been taught is that our body turns food into electricity, and that electricity powers our body and facilitates our consciousness, right? That is wrong. That's what we got to learn. That is wrong. ATP is used to produce light. That light powers our body and facilitates our consciousness. That's number one. Number two, diabetes is a disease of our primary energy producing system, turning proteins, fat, and carbs into glucose, then into electricity, etc. That is wrong. As a Black person, your primary source of energy is sound, which is translated into light. This is why your body moves different to music. This is why your brain moves different to music. And none of this is made up shit. And being scared to mention your differences and what makes you special in front of white folks is only slowing us up. We have to have these conversations. Most of what we're saying applies to white folks also. It's just specified to me and you. But we have to understand your primary source of energy is sound. What they finding out about melanin being able to split a water molecule, first of all, I showed you that it's not unique to melanin. But number two, it's an end product. Sound is the number one source of energy that your body uses. Sound. I know y'all thought I know a couple of niggas. See, I have a habit of attracting know-it-all niggas. Oh yeah, see, Enqi talking about the body and the light. The light. We heard about all that and the melanin and the light. Yeah, but this ain't about melanin and light, buddy. It just took 8.5 hours for us to cover all this information this fast to get you to this level, to this space. Melanin is about sound. We have been taught that light hits water and begins to separate the charges, restructuring the water molecule from a triangle in a hexagon shape, or from a triangle to a hexagon shape, right? I didn't get any sleep while I was writing this. So there's a lot of typo crazy. Right? Anyway, we have also seen the science that melanin greatly improves that process by absorbing light and absorbing water via sodium to produce electricity. All those are true, but there is a very important part of the process that's missing. The whirlwind of the Bible and the path of Heru used to become one, with the atmosphere, right? Because that's the story we got. Right? Remember, see, a lot of y'all just forget this part. When you talk about the pyramids, right? The pyramids are supposed to be basically like coffin, like burial, to put the pharaoh when they died. But you forgot the whole part, like what's supposed to happen? Like when the pharaoh goes in the pyramid, what's supposed to happen? He's supposed to become one with the atmosphere. So that way he can sail throughout the Duat and make sure to fight, all the demons and negative influences that will try to stop you in the daytime. Pharaoh's going up there to fight the good fight. Right? But the path for Pharaoh to get there was a tornado, a whirlwind, right? So you even have whirlwinds have a special space in the Bible literature. And, we're not understanding. And so I try to tell everybody that the quantum world is the underworld of Osiris. Even when you're dealing with psychedelics, those are not external trips. People thinking they have an outer body experience. No, you're not having an outer body experience. You're having an inner body experience. It's taking you within. But what it's doing is it's changing your perception from a macro perception to a micro perception. So now from a micro perspective, you're having a journey inward. Trust me, this has everything to do with the Eye of Heru. This is why I'm showing you the science and the various, I'm showing you every level of this understanding, how this ties into your metabolism and diabetes, right? But look, I'm just showing you something. This is not like, listen, I'm not attacking these celebrity teachers that you guys have, but y'all doing personality worship. Like it or not, I'm all you got. He's not going to teach you about melanin. Look at him. Why would he waste his time even studying you melanin? That don't apply to him. So this is not personal. But he's not going to teach you. All he's going to keep saying to you over and over again is hydrophilic surfaces. Now, if you don't find out to yourself that melanin comes from tyrosine, and that tyrosine is special because it is a hydrophobic head on a hydrophilic body, and it's aromatic, so it absorbs sunlight. So that means you have built into the framework of tyrosine like a biological tuning fork, but only thing is the one half of it can absorb light and the other half can, create and absorb mechanical waves underwater. Like it's like literally how it's built. right? So that's what I'm saying. All I need is 100 people that's like, no, we gotta make sure we empower Enqi in a way where we can, Nobody's gonna give this to you. Why? Right? Melanin is the most advanced polymer for structuring water. Gerald Pollack will write 10,000 books and never tell you that. Now people might say, after today. After today, they might, but check the timestamps. Make sure you got to come get this from me. I give this to the world. Now they're going to run back to the labs. They got to, but they're not going to tell you this. You see this same structure that the water has? This is the same structure that melanin has. This same hexagonal nature is the same structure that, see, look, let me show you. You might have missed it. Go back and find it. See? This same hexagonal structure is the same hexagonal structure that your aromatic amino acids have. This is what allows them to absorb light. Geometry is what determines how energy moves. So when they talk about this super hyper special structure of water and how it allows water to become so energetic and do all these different things, is because it takes the same geometry as aromatic amino acids do. So now you have structured water enabling itself to couple with melanin. See, just like mitochondria does. I showed you that. Anything produce energy in the body has to work with melanin. Right? We went through everything. We showed you all the documentation. Rewind the video. Right? Look. This is a glyph. This is a hieroglyph. This hieroglyph only corresponds to a vortex. Look at it. And this is where they had this is the glyph that they have for what's supposed to happen to the pharaoh's soul after the pharaoh passes on, joining the bark of Re. How is it that the bark of Re just so happened to look like this third and fourth ventricle in the brain? Right? And this is what happens when water molecules disassociate. On the left of this is supposed to be a hydrophilic surface. This is what happens. Hydrophilic surfaces attract a negative charge, pushing the positive charges to the back, disassociating water. Anything that's hydrophilic does that. That's why we went through that in the beginning. Right? But you got to see that this is a feature for major energy transfer. Right? Anywhere. Right? So when the government, and this is just, just for some people that know about this, but the government was scared that Elijah Muhammad knew how to deal with UFOs because he had put out certain information about, whirlwinds and no, that was this. You got to understand the power that you really got. You haven't tapped into your potential. Diabetes is about the fear of that potential and making sure that it never comes to fruition. As you understand, today we opening up the floodgates in another type of way. See, this can't be stopped right here. Right? This can't be stopped right here. Right? See? Even in China, they knew, look, the yin-yang symbol, right? The yin-yang symbol, synonymous with I King, but the yin-yang symbol, you got to remember, a picture is something frozen. So if you have one of these spinning tornadoes, if you take a picture of it frozen, it's a yin-yang symbol. But if you let it go back into its regular, it's spinning again. So although the yin-yang it tells you that it's the movement of energy, people don't really understand, well, if the yin-yang actually started to move, it would be one of these vortexes or spirals. That's what it would be. I mean, so our ancestors were kind of like super clear with us, but we just, I don't know how it is that we missing the main, right? And we get it, a cold front. How does tornadoes create? When cold meets warm, right? The same thing right here when water molecules separate, right? When a positive ion front meets a negative ion front, you develop spiral. That's what makes spin. That's how water spirals start to spin, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a pool of water, a puddle of water, an ocean of water, you know, the ocean and the water in the air. Wherever that happens, wherever those two charge fronts meet, you're going to have that same thing happen, right? What we didn't know is that this goes on in healthy cells all the time. This is what's happening. So when your water is structuring, this is the process. This is what's happening in your water, in your cell, in your cellular water. Oh, yes. This is happening inside your cells all the time. This is happening inside your cells all the time because your cells are constantly structuring the water in the cytoplasm. It's constantly pushing positive ions up against negative ions, creating spin. And what these little guys do inside each cell of your body is they turn sound into light. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. See, I know y'all niggas gonna want to go in the Cash App again. After you watch this shit, you're gonna have to watch this 1,000 times. This video might have 1 million views from 20 people because you're gonna have to keep watching this video over and over and over again to get the whole, like, wait a minute, what just happened? These little vortexes goes on. It's not just going on in your third ventricle in your brain. It goes on in every cell of your body. And it turns sound into light. Yeah, just like the song. Sound becomes light is the periodic. So this is what I'm telling you. Water turns sound into light. Oh, yeah. See, this is why I had to put the know-it-all niggas in their place. Calm down, relax, take out your notebook. You're listening to the master teacher. You're not the master. You my student, so you got to calm down. All of the know-it-alls, calm down. Water turns sound into light. When water is structuring, as a result of water structuring, you know my name is Enqi, right? You gotta put some respect on my name. You can't put respect on my name if you don't know what it means. So water, when water is structuring, separating the charges, those charges create spin. That spin, that vortexing, those little miniature tornadoes turn sound into light. That's how that shape, that hexagonal shape is able to couple with melanin. Now melanin is able to take that in. Okay, now let's go back to the, let me show you. Because you didn't realize that everywhere you was looking at the same thing, right? When you look at the atom picture, whether you look at the old one like this or the new electron cloud, or as they change, they continue to change what the atom look like. It's only going to look closer to a vortex or closer to a tornado by the time they're done with the end model of where they're comfortable with what an atom should look like, right? But it's always this same vortex principle because this is how energy moves, right? So come on now, pull it up. We know how we do. Everything. We're joking, we're making jokes, but we're not playing. Everything. You could look up the articles, zero games. Coherent structures in liquid water close to hydrophilic surfaces. We're not playing. Coherence and linguistics. Now, just so that everybody, even the kids in the back of the room, they know what coherent means. Coherence in the study of linguistics means the thing that makes language or codes or patterns meaningful, right? The intelligence. Coherence in physics happens when two wave sources, right? When two wave sources are coherent, that that have identical waveforms and frequencies. That's coherence. Now, let me show you where you have that. See, this is where you have to understand the Aya Heru once again. Okay, now look, coherence in physics. Look, two wave sources are coherent if their waveforms and frequencies are identical. Now watch this. Let me show you proof, but I know what I'm talking about with the Aya Heru. Nobody else did. So I'm gonna make sure y'all put some respect on my motherfucking name, right? That curling part, right? That's how our ear is structured. The curling part, the bottom of the Aya Heru right there. Everybody, your ear is structured with that same like Fibonacci spiral type of design to it, right? And so I looked at that and I was like, oh shit, if you turn your head sideways, you look at that curl, that look like your ear. And then you got the eye in the ear. Now, the thing that's the eye in the ear, right? Okay, when you look at the whole brain, right? Everything in the brain is double except for the pineal gland. But the pineal gland, I just solved the riddle for you. The pineal gland is it's not double because it really doesn't come from the brain. It does come from the brain, but it comes from the ventricle system. It's an outgrowth of the third ventricle. It's a part of the third ventricle, right? It's not a separate thing. The pineal gland is a part of the third ventricle. So when you understand that, it's like, okay, coherence, get it? You have two ears and two eyes. You have two sources of different types of waves. Your eyes get electromagnetic waves. Your ears are absorbing electromechanical waves, but you have two sources. You hear the same thing in both ears. The wave forms and the frequencies are the same. You have two sources, two ears. So you have two sources. You have two eyeballs, right? So you have coherence. This is how you have coherence, right? Didn't I give you the definition, right? Giving you the definition here. Everything so you understand. I'm teaching, right? In physics, two wave sources are coherent if their waveforms and frequencies are identical. Well, the waveforms and the frequencies will be identical in both your ears, right? This is why you have coherence, so that it can come together throughout your ventricle system and be translated through your pineal. You think I'm playing, but if you notice, everything that we've been discussing since 8 o'clock this morning, I'm showing you the scientific papers on them. Coherent structures in liquid water close to hydrophilic surfaces. Right? Let's read the abstract. Quantum electrodynamics predicts the occurrence of a number of coherent dynamical phenomena in liquid water. In the present paper, we focus our attention on the joint coherent oscillation of the almost free electrons produced by the coherent oscillation of the electron clouds in water molecules, which has been described in previous publications, and of the negative electric charges lying on the solid surfaces wet by water. This joint coherent oscillation gives rise to a number of phenomenological consequences which are found to exist in the physical reality and coincide with the layers of easy exclusion water experimentally observed close to hydrophilic surfaces. Now remember, I keep telling you, tyrosine, melanin. Melanin is the most advanced hydrophilic surface. That's why it has the sodium to attract it to the underside, where the sodium, where the body of the tyrosine, the body of the tyrosine in the water, right? It uses the sodium to attract water. This is the purpose of it. So you got to understand how your body works, right? Here's the introduction. Right? And if you want the whole article, look, that's why I'm showing you so you can pull these things up on your own, right? You can read the whole article, but here's the introduction. In the last decades, the structure of liquid water has been investigated in the framework of quantum electrodynamics. It has been shown that an ensemble of water molecules in a gaseous state above a density threshold and below a critical temperature transit to a lower energy coherent state, where the electron clouds oscillate between their individual ground configuration and an excited configuration where one electron per molecule is almost free, right? This is that equation, with the water molecules separating next to melanin thing. Notice it gives you the same output, right? So the coherent state is exactly, that's what I'm saying, that he didn't even know anyway. The coherent state is a superposition of the ground configuration with a weight of almost 90% and of the excited configuration with a weight of about 10%. The molecule coherent oscillation is in tune with an electromagnetic field, trapped within the molecule ensemble, therefore unable to be irradiated outwards. Okay, so that means that the electromagnetic field is within this little spinning little situation, right? The molecules and the trapped EMF are confined within a region whose size is the wavelength of the EMF. So the wavelength of the electromagnetic field is very important to this, because this is how each one of these has its crystal nature. So they talk about water in the structure, structured water being crystal-like. This is why you're getting the whole science of this shit right here, right? The molecule coherent oscillation, remember the oscillation, that's what makes piezoelectric, like quartz crystals. These are oscillators, natural oscillators. So it's showing you how water is a natural oscillator. Check this out. The molecule coherent oscillation is in tune with an electromagnetic field, trapped within the molecule ensemble and therefore unable to be irradiated outward. The molecules and the trapped EMF are confined within a region whose wavelength whose size is the wavelength of the EMF. This shit is amazing. In the case of liquid water, the size is 1 micron. Each coherent domain, that's what CD stands for, right? That's what the coherent domain is, the region where the electromagnetic field is. So that way we all on the same page, we understand what we're looking at, right? So the space where the electromagnetic field is trapped or confined to, that is the coherent domain where these electrons, all these free electrons is coming from, right? Now, each coherent domain is a pool of quasi-free electrons, which, as in a semiconductor, can be coherently excited, giving rise to a coherent domain spectrum of coherent excited levels produced by the coherent vortices. These are little tiny vortexes that's in the water of quasi-free electrons whose magnetic dipoles are aligned with the external magnetic field. Okay? To transform, now look at the bottom here. Look what these little vortexes do. Pay attention. In this way, as it has been shown in figure 5 or in reference 5, the coherent domain becomes a device able to transform ambient noise, namely an ensemble of a large number of low frequency excitations, into a high frequency excitation. This was mind blowing. So this is what, matter of fact, I ain't gonna stop. But this is what's happening in the third ventricle of the brain on a large scale, but not only that, in every cell on a microscopic level. Sound becoming light. And because water has this ability to turn sound, especially the bass, the low frequency music, understand. See, these are things that we knew forever. Wearing, this is why I'm saying wearing melanin is different than trying to explore it for 2-3 years in the laboratory. You knew these things on the inside of your body forever. You just didn't know how to express it. That's why we ride around with the bass so loud. This is why only Black folks really appreciate the over loud bass, like the out of control bass. It's because of the melanin. It's because of this property of water to turn sound into light. That music affects you in a certain type of way. And because they understood maybe not the mechanism of how music affects you, they're able to create a situation with the music. They're able to create a situation with TV to literally become a self-fulfilling prophecy system where they put a stereotype on you and then broadcast it through the TV and through the radio. And because music affects your biochemistry in a different way than everybody else, because light affects you in a different way, it's able to actually become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because I'm also showing you how you're able to use broadcast technology to program the minds of the people that absorb it. See, this is what they were studying. This is what the Germans was doing with you over there. All them human experiments, what do you think they was trying to figure out? How your body works. And once they figured it out, it's over. It's just now you living in the purpose of those experiments. Once they figured out what they need to figure out, now you living in the purpose. Now, this is how those experiments feel when they're rolled out. It feels like type 2 diabetes creating cancer and brain disease and heart disease. That's what it feels like. It feels like type 2 diabetes creating autism, creating blindness, creating dumbness. You becoming dumb, deaf, and blind. You're a living zombie. You're living dead. That's what it looks like. But it's clean gloves. Because you can't see the change. You can't see the genocide. It's just eating you up. It's like a frog in the water. You just putting the fire up in increments. They won't jump out. They'll stay in the pot till they sizzle. Right? So I'm giving it to you on multiple levels. Right? When they talk about these little vortexes, right? Magnetic dipoles, this is what we're looking at, right? When I start teaching you about Anansi, all of a sudden, everybody start using Anansi, flipping it and bouncing it in their language. I be feeling like punching people in the face. But they didn't even understand what they were talking about. But again, those stories about Anansi the spider is your ancestors communicating to you about electromagnetism. Look, extremely low, right? Low frequencies is your base. Low frequencies is your base. Now notice when you look on the frequency chart, right? Understand this. When you look at the frequency chart, what do you notice about the hertz? Because look at the bottom, it's hertz. Your frequencies is in hertz. So when you look at the hertz, what do you notice about the base? That's the same range as your brain waves. Bass is the same as your brain waves. The deep, low bass that we love, that's the brain waves. That's why the bass is able to, so you don't understand what's happening to you. That's why I'm telling you in the song, sound becomes light. Skin on tree trunks. Do you know what skin on tree trunks is? That's the original bass. You got to understand this science. Look, your brain waves go from 0 up to your gamma waves, which is around 100. So you look at the deep bass and the low bass. That's in your brainwave frequency space. And every cell in your body is able to take that and translate that into higher frequencies. And the higher frequencies don't stop in the audible range. It goes all the way up through your light. And either way, how you look at it, your melanin is able to grab those mechanical waves as sound and finish the conversion process to light, then to electricity, or however you want to do it. Come on, man. I'm showing you I'm giving it to you, and then I'm showing and proving, like, yeah. These are things that you always knew about yourself, but you didn't know why. And science is not going to invest the time and the money into explaining them to you either, because it's not for them. It's only for us. We got to invest in this research, me and you. That's why I'm only looking for 100. When they telling you about the voltage of the cell is based on what? The negative ions in the cell. All that negative ion talk, is based around the structure of the water in the cells. Anytime you have structured water, anytime you have negative ion groups moving against positive, like anytime you have the separation of charge, you have these vortexes and the energy being produced is taking lower frequencies and converting them to higher frequencies. This is what melanin is doing in every cell. Is there to grab that energy coming out of the water, as well as the attached mitochondria, and make sure that the cell doesn't get damaged from all this high energy production. So the thing that you need to understand about your cells is it's not a matter of needing more energy. Melanin is there to keep the energy that's being created down. It's so much energy generated in all your cells. Your cells would be destroyed if melanin wasn't there. This is what you got to understand. See? I'm showing you. This is the scientific symbol for magnetism. Now, where they get this from? This is a Greek symbol. The Greeks got that right off the wall of Kemet right there. Look at that. Kemet, they got the same symbol with the jet, but over top, they got the mitochondria. Look at that. They would never tell you that that's magnetism and mitochondria. But you don't need them to. Once you notice that that's the same symbol inside the mitochondria, that on the picture on the left, that's cytochrome 5. That's inside the mitochondria. So now tell me again that picture in the middle, in Kemet, they didn't know about mitochondria. Tell me again, when you see that literally ATPase pump, number 5, where ATP is recycled. Huh? What didn't they know in Kemet? Huh? Come on now. See, I'm trying to show you something. Listen, that's why I'm showing you not only how the melanin responds to sound waves, mechanical waves. I'm showing you how the phospholipids work. There's a reason why you have all the cells, the cell membrane is made out of phospholipids. And then the proteins are stuck into the phospholipids. The same thing is happening in your brain. Phospholipid, fat brain with protein, neuromelanin, right? This is how they work. This is how they work. Look at your cell membrane. Look, all of the phosphorus heads are sticking outside, and the body is hydrophobic. That's the part going in the inside the cell membrane. The part that's on the inside, right, where the water is, there's all hydrophilic heads of phospholipids. So all of that's hydrophilic. So that means that all of that is producing charge separation, charge structure, and the little tiny vortexes up in there. That's literally how the fabric of your look. I mean, I'm showing you everything, right? So Arturo Salas Herrera and all other interested parties, you have been given public notice. Do not continue to promote racist propaganda to confuse people in support of genocide. right? That melanin photosynthesis program. Black people do not produce sugar out of melanin, which means clearly melanin in no shape or form performs human photosynthesis. Respect me, respect my work, respect my people by correctly stating melanin is a photovoltaic substance. And that Dr. Enqi Real, the founder of the human soul, is the foremost expert on the subject matter, because I discovered it. Right? This is why, listen, all I need is 100 people. $85 a month, $25 a week. If you got type 2 diabetes, text me your email address so we can take this study. I got you if you need. I know, because this is it's a whole lot of information today. I get it. So you might need help applying this to your life. But this is why I did it in one day, so I could just do it, and then it'd be done. Right? We're defunding diabetes with this. Diabetes costs $6,000 to $12,000 a year to carry. Come on now. Come on now. It costs a fraction of that for you to be diabetes free. Okay, so now we got this working, understanding a little bit more of these vortexes in the cells and how they produce. Right, now we're getting a little bit more closer to understanding what Enqi was talking about, what the story of Osiris and Osiris talking about. Right, but we still need to establish this third ventricle. Right, we understand you, Enqi, but we don't really fully. So we need to fully get. And sidebar real quick. The Ebers Papyrus, right, is this little line where they talk about pulling snakes out of people. And I was like, yo, this has to be a mistranslation, right? When we understand we're dealing with electromagnetic bodies and we're talking about frequencies, then it turns into a whole nother ball game. So yeah, right. I'm just showing you how this is a real part of, So the brain has the third ventricle, right? At the center of the brain, you got a third ventricle where the vortex takes place. But the heart, which has the largest magnetic field, the heart which generates the largest magnetic field of the body, is the vortex in and of itself. So the whole heart is a big vortex. The whole heart is a big vortex. So literally, you see it when the baby's developing. So that's why I just wanted you to be able to see, like, when the baby's developing, how the heart forms. The heart literally forms out of a vortex. And it grows, and the musculature develops, and then it looks big and it's unrecognizable. But when you see how the heart develops, you literally see the heart is a vortex. So the heart and brain also have that in common, right? The ventricle system. Right? You would notice that there's 4 ventricles of the heart, but they name different. So you have the right ventricle, left ventricle, then you have the right atrium and left atrium, but the atriums are just 2 big ventricles. So really you got 4 ventricles in the heart, 4 ventricles in the brain. Like, you see the same pattern, yeah. Nature's simple. Once it's too complicated, then that means you don't know what you're talking about. Right? So just showing you. Right, and here's the papers. Come on. Here's the papers. How sound generates magnetic fields, how magnetic fields control heat and sound. Here's the papers. Stanford School of Engineering. I'm showing you the papers. Right? This is the only thing that you can use to resolve this mystery of the biblical serpent. See, they said I was crazy when I told them that my study of the Bible and Kemet helped me locate the soul and the source of consciousness. They said I was even crazier for telling them that a vortex in the plasma was the source of human intelligence. Now that I done showed you the scientific paper proving that it's a vortex in all structured water of all your cells, right? So niggas got to eat what you gonna do? Now we're gonna go further, right? So every time they say I'm crazy, I got to come back and come, So at a certain point, you got to just, you know what? Obviously, clearly the kid knows. Right? I told y'all I'm too smart, God damn it. But 2014, Japan, they dropped it. In 2014, Japan, they dropped it. In 2014, they dropped it in Japan. Let me show you what they dropped in Japan. See, and this is why the people that know, they studying this. They studying me. But your own people, they violate, they just don't respect, because they don't respect themselves. They don't love themselves. They don't respect the genius in them. They don't understand what makes them unique and special. Why you've been hated. You don't understand why you've been hated throughout history. What makes you unique? When they doing the human experiments, what is it that they studying? What they trying to figure out? You gotta, I'm telling you, like it or not, I'm all you got. Your doorway to divinity. I'm the doorman. The doorway to divinity, I'm the doorman. Right? I'm security at the door. I'm the gatekeeper at the doorway to divinity. You gotta come see me. Can't be mad. You just gotta say, well, God, clearly, Enqi's in position. This is the information is coming through Enqi again. We gotta respect it. We gotta support it. Everything that we're saying, I'm coming with paperwork. So it's not even a matter of, do you believe Enqi? Look, previously, there have been no methods for directly tracing the flow of cerebrospinal fluid under physiological conditions. And the circulation of cerebrospinal fluid has therefore been studied and visualized by injecting radioactively labeled tracer and contrast medium visible in X-ray images. The newly developed time-spatial inversion pulse method makes it possible to directly visualize the flow of cerebrospinal fluid using magnetic resonance imaging, right? Why does magnetic resonance imaging work so well? Because you have melanin in your cerebrospinal, you have pigments in your cerebrospinal fluid, right? Remember, we went through all this thing piece by piece by piece. So when we got here, there's nothing to slow you down from understanding what you see here, right? So they're using magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, permitting the cerebrospinal fluid dynamics to be depicted in a certain time frame. The CFS dynamics visualized using time slip has been found to differ markedly from the classical CFS circulation theory described in medical textbooks. Oh yeah, so all those niggas that said Enqi was crazy, yeah, them, and all of they flunkies and goofballs, them. It can be said that research on CFS dynamics has advanced to the next stage with the use of this innovative imaging method. Obtaining a more accurate understanding of normal cerebrospinal fluid physiology and pathophysiology should lead to improved diagnostic accuracy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they bragging on the abstract. That's what they doing. They just letting you know, oh, their technique is the most advanced shit out. Okay, boom. And they also laughing at the Western establishment as well. They, you know what I'm saying? That's, yeah, they're going there. Right, so let's go into the article. What are they saying? Look. Right, and again, you can pull up the article, read the whole article on your own. possible paracrine functions mediated by the CFS in the ventricular system. Okay, listen to this. You see this? Cerebral spinal fluid motion in the third and fourth ventricles is swirling vortex type flow. I experienced so much hate for being the smartest nigga always in the room. It's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna just take a humble win. I'm gonna let niggas take a knee. You know, take a knee. I'm gonna just let niggas take a knee. That's all right. Look, I'm gonna just let niggas take a knee. It's all right. See? Don't wait for the machines. Just, you could be 5-10 years ahead, or you could wait like these goofy niggas. Huh? I told you, everything we discussed today, we're gonna lay it out. We're gonna show the paperwork to prove everything. Right? Look, when they talk about creation, right? Okay, the Bible and the pyramids say the same thing, right? The Bible says the word in Kemet. They say the utterance. But here's the thing. The utterance comes from the mouth, and there's a specific hieroglyph right here that you look at. You see on the left, this hieroglyph. And it's the shape that you know your lips is. But what you don't know is it's also the first harmonic. Right? And then here's the second harmonic, right? Now look right here, the third harmonic. The third harmonic is going to be something key that you're going to have to understand with melanin. But so we're going to get to that in a second. But this hieroglyph literally is the symbol for the first or most basic harmonic of mechanical waves, or even electromagnetic waves. Actually, like this is the light. This is light wave. This is really understanding the science of light. But understanding, listen, how sound becomes light. Like not just understanding light, but how sound becomes light. Because if you have the harmonics for electromagnetic waves, but it's given to you from the symbol of a mouth. It's talking about utterance. It's talking about speaking the world of light into existence. You're talking about sound becoming light. So the Bible and both the pyramids gives you the same thing that your modern science is like. I just want you to understand. You got to take time and study. You know, it's a lot of, but right? We gotta get this, right? Now that third harmonic and the 120, the 120 pops up in the wildest places. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Okay, that 120 pops up in the wildest places, man. I know y'all tired, like, hold on, man. This shit right here is crazy. Hold on, man. Let me show y'all some shit.
What is it? We gotta get out of that. Honestly, but now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Southern your soul is a really serious
Thoughts and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more is the alpha magma. Codified and timid is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick to be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your life, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mindset. But now I'm starting to really think like, yo, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts and emotions combine into a.
Okay, now hold on.
A nonlinear load is a harmonic producing load, and specifically the concern is third harmonics. And the concern with third harmonics, office equipment, computer power supplies, specifically switch mode power supplies, they produce third harmonic current, 180 hertz current. They also produce other harmonics, fifth harmonic and seventh harmonic and many others. But the one that's most troubling is the third harmonic, because specifically the third harmonic, it's 180 hertz current. And that third harmonic current, if we look up here, here's the problem that we have.
Y'all see, y'all people that love 120, the number 120, look where 120 pops up everywhere. And you're gonna see how this relates to melanin and diabetes. Like this whole thing, I know for some of the people that don't know all this might be a lot of information, but some of the people are a little bit more savvy, so we get to go in a couple different spaces. But this is how melanin transduces. Well, we'll see. We'll get to it. But I just wanted to show y'all how that 120 keeps popping up in these unique spots.
Let's say that we have a three-phase power system. So we have phase A, phase B, and phase C. And the phase currents of A, B, and C are all displaced by 120 degrees. If you were to go along in time, this is time here, if you went along in time anywhere along here and add the magnitude of A, of B, and of C, you get zero for the 60 hertz currents. Always been that way, probably always will be that way. That's not the problem. The problem's third harmonics. But if you have third harmonics, they repeat every 120 degrees. And the third harmonic of phase A is in phase with the third harmonic of phase B.
All right, so I just wanted y'all to have that on tap. You know, you can rewind the video, watch it again. And then we got another little clip. This little clip's a little bit longer though. But it just go to show you, this is so old, but when this came out, this was high level, like crystal technology. Y'all got to know that crystal technology was the cutting edge, high level technology at one point. Now, the understanding that you need to have is your body is based on crystals. So this is why I need y'all to absorb this real quick.
Some of the items that we're going to discuss are the use of crystals, types of crystal substances used, crystal characteristics, the frequency stability of crystals. You've learned that frequency stability is of the utmost importance. As an example, let's consider a radio broadcast station. One particular regulation prohibits the frequency of the station from changing more than a few cycles, so that the station will not interfere with another station operating on a nearby frequency. Now, for this reason, the oscillator producing this frequency must be one with the very best frequency stability. An oscillator capable of producing such an output is the crystal-controlled oscillator. We're not going to study the oscillator circuit in this lesson, but we will study the characteristics of the crystals used in such a circuit. And here I might add that the crystal will be used as the frequency determining device of the oscillator. A crystal used in oscillator circuits must possess a characteristic known as piezoelectricity, or the piezoelectric effect. Now, the piezoelectric effect is defined as the property of a crystal by which mechanical stress produces electric charges, and conversely, electric charges produce mechanical stresses. Now, this is saying nothing more than if a voltage is applied to the crystal, it will vibrate. The amplitude of these vibrations are much greater at one frequency than at any other frequency. Now, this one particular frequency is called the natural resonant frequency of the crystal. Now, let's look at some of the crystal substances that possess the piezoelectric characteristics. They are Rochelle salt, tourmaline, and quartz. Now, of these three, Rochelle salt exhibits the piezoelectric effect to the greatest degree. However, quartz crystal is most generally used because it has a greater mechanical strength. Quartz crystal, remember, it has a greater mechanical strength. Now, I want to show you a piece of quartz crystal in its natural form. Now, if we were to examine this carefully, we can see that the quartz crystal has a hexagonal cross-section. That is to say, it has 6 sides. Now, also, quartz crystal in its natural form has pointed ends. Now, let's take a look at this drawing so that we can determine more about the quartz crystal. The top view, indeed, shows us that the quartz crystal has a hexagon shape, 6 sides. While the lower view points out that indeed the quartz crystal in its natural form does have pointed ends. Now, quartz crystal in its natural form cannot possibly be used in an oscillator circuit. It must be cut in a specific manner to exhibit its piezoelectric properties. I know all of you at one time or another have heard of diamond cutting. The reason a diamond is cut is to give it brilliance, and the manner in which it's cut will determine its degree of brilliance. Now, all crystals are not cut in exactly the same manner, just as all diamonds are not cut exactly the same. The properties which a crystal exhibits are dependent on the manner in which it's cut. Now, there are many different cuts, but we're only going to examine 3 basic cuts. Let's go over, and I want to show you the actual cuts now. I have here 3 crystal cuts. Now, all crystals look the same, but not all will exhibit the same characteristics. Its frequency will be dependent upon its thickness. Let's take a look at 2 pieces of crystal cut and compare this difference in thickness. As you can see, the thinner cut here, the thicker cut here. We're indicating here that the vibration of this thinner cut, or the frequency, is greater than this cut. Now, this will always hold true. The thinner the crystal cut, the higher the frequency of oscillation. Now, there are a few other crystal cuts with better frequency stability, but these will not be discussed in this lesson. Now, when an extremely high degree of frequency stability must be maintained, the crystal will be placed in a temperature oven. A temperature oven is nothing more than a thermostatically controlled container used to maintain the crystal temperature in its proper range. And in doing so, of course, we have a high degree of frequency stability. Now, in order for a crystal to be used in an oscillator circuit, it first must be placed in a holder. Now, the crystal holder will support the crystal physically and provide the electrodes by which this voltage is supplied to the electrode. The holder must allow the crystal maximum freedom of vibration at all times. Let's look at this drawing of a typical holder. The crystal will be placed in the holder between two parallel plates. The plates have an air gap between them, which allows room for the crystal to vibrate. Now, these are the pins that will allow the voltage to be applied to the plate. And also, the pins will allow the crystal to be connected into a circuit. So far, we've seen the physical characteristics of the crystal. Let's now see how the crystal reacts electrically. To do this, we'll look at the electrical equivalent of a crystal and its holder. The crystal itself, when vibrating, acts very similar to a series resonance circuit containing resistance, inductance, and capacitance. Remember, this is when the crystal is vibrating. Now, when the crystal is placed in the holder, the capacitance of the holder will be placed in parallel like this. VH, the capacitance of the holder. So this capacitance represents the holder capacitance. This represents the vibrating crystal. Just because this vibrating crystal is equivalent to, or is the equivalent of a series LC tank circuit, I don't want you to think that it's the same thing, because the crystal will be far superior to the LC tank circuit. Now, the Q of the crystal circuit is many times greater than that of the LC circuit. Let's take a look at the comparison between the Q of a crystal and an ordinary LC tank circuit. The Q of an LC tank circuit is seldom greater than 2,000, whereas the Q of the crystal is sometimes as great as 30,000. And as comparing these two, you can see that the Q of the crystal would be many times greater than that of the LC tank circuit. Now, because of the high Q, this would mean that the crystal would have better frequency stability. Now, let's look at some of the values, both physical and electrical, of a typical crystal. If the crystal is going to be used in an oscillator circuit as the frequency determining device, let's take a look then at the schematic symbol for our crystal. These two plates represent the crystal holder, while this area would represent the crystal itself. Now, this is the schematic symbol of a crystal used in oscillator circuits. Now, let's recap a few of the points that we discussed in this lesson. First, we saw the use of the crystal. Now,
so I just wanted you to have that in your back pocket. So we understand what is happening to water when it takes on that hexagonal structure we talk about has a liquid crystalline. That's because it's exhibiting piezoelectric effects. This is what I'm showing you when I'm showing you the vortices that's forming and what they're able to do and how they're able to convert sound into light. That's what all crystals do. Right? It's absorbing mechanical stress, mechanical waves, that's sound, pressure, turning it into electricity. This is what I'm showing you is happening. Or, like, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So again, we just had this journey into the brain. I want you to, right? I want to here. I want to bring you back out of there so you back to where we. So diabetes attacks the pigment centers of the brain, Alzheimer's, right? Dementia, right? Okay. Now we got it. We got the neurochemical science. We get it. So it's like, it just made sense for me now. I'm showing you this so you get it. It made sense for me to double check with them. Once I seen that this was neurochemical science at its, at its finest. I said, well, let me check with obviously they had a superior understanding of the brain. So clearly they must have had a way to repair damage in the brain. Right? And boom, the story is right there still. Right? What happened with Horus and Set? Set put Horus' eye out, right? We talking about eye, right? But the eye we know represents the brain. Right? We got it now. The eye represents the brain. So Set, something happened with Horus' eye, his brain, right? He went to see Thoth. Who is Thoth? The god of language. But it's still right there, even when you go back to Kemet. Right? And of course, above the eye, you got the feather, the shut. Above the eye, you have the shut. Right? I told you that's electric. Electric. It's electric. So you got the eye, which represents the brain, and he went to see Thoth to get his brain right. Abstract study. Abstract study. So even again, your modern science papers, right? This is why we have our 24-month challenge. Look, everything we document, we showing, giving you foreign language training as a cognitive therapy for age-related cognitive decline. We're showing you everything, Doc. Everything. So we might be joking, but we're not playing. Right? And yes, come to the website, polyibic.com for the new clothing line. You see the rabbit, you see the duffel bags. Listen, man, we taking it to another level. We're not just doing t-shirts. You know what I mean? It's not just t-shirts and hats. We're going to a whole nother level now. Right? Go to drenqi.com. Any purchase, you can download this whole ebook. Listen, we somewhere around 9-10 hours. Listen. Both these guys, y'all like to listen to both these guys. Y'all don't want to listen to your brother. You want to listen to these guys. And they telling you they learn everything they learn by studying the eye. Huh? But guess what? They don't have no external eumelanin nowhere. Gerald Pollack, none of these guys that you want to champion because of your self-hatred. They don't have it. They don't have it. Why is that important? Well, let's go to the papers. Huh? Elena and colleagues at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, think they know why. They analyzed the genes expressed in melanocytes, the cells responsible for melanin production, and discovered that the cells also make rhodopsin, the light-sensitive chemical found in the retina. Huh? Yes. So the same rods that you got in your eyes, you have as dark-skinned people in your skin. So when they talking about all this advanced chemistry that's happening based on the pigment in the eye, well, guess what? You have that same pigment all throughout your skin. Rhodopsin from the rods in your eye. Look, it's in your skin. Black man, black woman, black child. The expression of opsins in the human skin and its implications for photobiomodulation. A systemic review. Everything we document. Look, I'm taking it a step further. We're going beyond rods. We're going into opsin number 2. Opsin number 2. Opsin number 1. Opsin number 3. Opsin number 5. All this is in your skin. All these are different pigments that, you know, they thought is either was only in the eye or in animals. Only in the eye or in animals. See, we're not going to, look, I told you we're not going to play. We're going to joke, but we're not going to play. This is how diabetes ages the skin. The same way it makes you go blind, by attacking these pigments in the eye. It does the same thing in your skin. See, I need you to understand this. What is the definition of quantum mechanics? It's the science dealing with the behavior of matter and light on a subatomic and on an atomic, which means on an atom size scale, and a smaller scale, which is electrons. Okay, just so you understand what atomic and subatomic is. I don't want it to be outside, like I want you to understand what they're saying. It attempts to describe and account for the properties of molecules and atoms and their constituents, electrons, protons, neutrons, and what does that say? Other more esoteric particles. So electrons, protons, and neutrons are esoteric, but the quarks and the gluons are more esoteric. So don't let them violate what your ancestors left you if they use the same language, esoteric, to describe atoms and subatomic particles. Huh? What was the underworld? I keep telling you, quantum mechanics is the same as what your ancestors left you with, the underworld of the sun. Right? According to the Amduat, and the Amduat was the book based on the underworld of the sun, it consists of 12 regions, signifying the 12 hours of the sun god's journey through it. That should tell you. What are we talking about? And I told you earlier, I laid it out for you with the eye. What happens there? Every red blood cell in your body has to pass through the pineal gland 12 times. Every day. Every day. Every 2 hours. I'm trying to show you something, man. That's why everything I'm showing you, how we laid it out, right? Scientists have succeeded in developing a chemical process to convert visible light into infrared energy, using innocuous radiation to penetrate living tissue and other materials without the damage caused by high-intensity light exposure. Look how that works. Look what you see. Everywhere you see mitochondria, you see what? Don't let them say that we didn't show the pictures. Don't let them tell you we didn't show the pictures. See, these guys are illiterate. They don't read books, so they definitely ain't looking at. Huh? Don't let them tell you we didn't show and prove. Huh? Huh? Look, blue light at night acutely impairs glucose tolerance. Staring into the computers and your cell phones. What affects your body weight and your blood sugar levels? This is what the circadian rhythm conversation is about. Managing type 2 diabetes. Oh yeah, that's why you're not in the conversation. But let me show you something. See, this is where we want to advance on another level. The most effective pharmaceutical drug in the history of diabetes is metformin. That's a certified fact. I'd be a liar if I didn't give the pharmaceutical companies their props on metformin. Metformin is dope. It's a vibe. But it's still a synthetic. So why not? Why not actually use the real thing? See, we back on our French shit again. See, we didn't get far from our French. Metformin is an extract. The only successful diabetes medication where the side effect is not literally diabetes, it's a plant extract. I'm sorry, because I know the people that believe in drugs, they almost got happy for a minute. It was like, oh yeah, see, metformin is good. Metformin is a plant extract. Metformin comes from French lilacs. The very same French lilacs that we use in our purple phase, which is the reason why it is named purple. Right? It is named that way after the French lilac, because French lilac is a plant that manages blood sugar. Oh yeah. Which is why metformin is an extract. See? But they don't want you to know about your body, because then you start to go, uh-oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh, the etymology, the right type. Get it? Do you understand what it is? You don't treat don't let you. Ah! Sound waves create infrared in water, especially in the presence of sound absorption. You have heard the word absorb in many contexts. Think of a paper towel commercial. They advertise this towel is more absorbent than the average towel. Or think of a sponge. If you spill grape juice, you clean it up by wiping the sponge over the grape juice spill. The sponge has absorbed the grape juice. The same thing happens to sound. As sound travels through a medium such as water, it gets absorbed. Caught by the molecules within the medium actually change some of the acoustic energy of the sound wave into heat. Okay? Again, so you can look it up, do your own research. If you didn't know, heat is a form of infrared radiation. The absorption in seawater is much greater than would be expected due to the viscosity of pure water. Why is seawater relevant? Because seawater is a salt water, like your body's water. It's salt water. Your body's water is salt water. So the absorption in seawater, mineral water, like your body, is much greater. Every aspect of what we're talking about. Listen, we're not gonna play. We're not gonna play. Skin melanocytes, biology and development. Listen, we're not gonna play. We get into the foundation of Black photobiology, FBP. We get into the Enqi cycle. We're getting ready to introduce the Enqi cycle. We're getting there. We're working. We're getting there. We're working. I told y'all this was gonna take a minute. We're getting there. Like, getting there, nigga, we've been doing this for 10 hours. See, that's what I'm saying. How you gonna teach a lifetime worth of work in 5 minutes? You can't microwave this shit. Look, I gotta show y'all this. Look, melanocytes, melanosomes, and melanin are the primary for Black health. I need y'all to understand. These are the primary. We gotta start right here. We're gonna have to really get another understanding of this. Because all throughout the history here, we've been taught that melanin was a waste product, and it's an incidental thing. It might help protect cells, but it's not primary. But you get ready to learn that. And until you really understand this, you're gonna be sick. As a Black man, Black woman creating Black children, until you understand this, you're gonna be sick. And nobody else can give this to yourself. You got right here, so understand this. Neural crest cells is a group of cells originating from the embryonic germ layer named ectoderm. Okay, so we're going all the way there to the start of life. Under inductive influence of the notochord, the middle area of the embryonic disc differentiates into a neuroectoderm that is visible as a neural plate at 4 weeks old. The plate folds and changes into a neural tube. This is where your brain and spinal cord comes from. This process named neural liation is how this, the brain and the spine come out of this neural tube. Okay. A group of cells from edges of the neural plate separate, change their phenotype from epithelial to mesenchyme, and migrate out of the neural epithelium. These neuroectodermal cells migrate into many places of the former embryo's body, are neural crest cells. These neural crest cells are initially multipotent cells, but gradually become lineage restricted in developmental potential. This potential is determined by anatomical localization along the cranial caudal axis. The cranial NCC can differentiate, remember, neural crest cells, into neurons and glial cells. But what else? Chondrocytes. What? Chondrocytes. Hold on. Ain't that them cells you was talking about with the bone and the arthritis and the blue mad, the CMOS, the chondrus crispus with the chondrus? Wait a minute now. What? Yes. These same stem cells become your neurons, glial cells, chondrocytes, osteocytes, muscle cells. Melanocytes, melanosomes, melanin, primary for Black health. You gotta get this. You gotta understand this whole little entropy right now. And see, this is the part right here where dopamine plays a key role. You gotta understand this. This is where your potential is at, and this is why the crack epidemic, this is why the crack era happened, because we don't know this. So it's like people, they don't have the attention span to learn this science, but this is the science that's making you vulnerable. This is what made you vulnerable to the sugar. This is what made you vulnerable to crack. This is what's making you vulnerable to COVID shit right now, or you're not understanding your body, right? And we love our light-skinned brothers and sisters, but The pheomelanin is different. It doesn't work the same as the eumelanin. So now, I want you guys to get, we're showing, see, these are the descriptions. So we're showing you the development. So when I tell you that the melanocytes is the same as the neurons and so on and so forth, I'm showing you because they start out as the same cells. And they migrate to different areas of the body. So they start out as the same cell. All of your pigment cells. They just move to different parts of the body and differentiate. Right? Look at them. Neurons, melanocytes, they all got that same that same creepy, spidery looking kind of look. You know what I'm saying? Only thing with the neurons, they got that long, that growing phallic. All of the cells in the black body are pigmented or originate from pigment cells. Yes. Yes. India Ari, please stop jumping out there like you speak for Black folks. Oh my God, the Joe Rogan shit popped off. She jumped out there. I said, how dare you comment on Joe Rogan when I don't care, and I don't care how many times Joe Rogan said nigga. Joe Rogan saying nigga is nowhere near as ignorant or as damaging as your song, I Am Not My Hair, I Am Not My Skin. When we know scientifically, we literally come from 3 layers of skin. The ectoderm, the mesoderm, and the endoderm. And everything, including the ass whoopings that we had to deal with, the hangings, the lynchings, all the way up to the Michael Jordans and the Mike Tysons and the Michael Jacksons. All of that is based on our pigment. Yes, India Ari needed to be up in here. Right up in here with Brother Unc. Hydrolysis of biopolymers in near critical and subcritical water. Okay, why is this here? I just wanted to document that water has a very high dielectric constant. That's all. Right? Now, earlier, again, we had the OGs, right? Focused on carbon, right? Sabi directly focused on the carbon, but even our older melanin scholars, they talked about carbons, carbon being the major key functional piece of melanin, right? So carbon, carbon, carbon. New papers, new science. Carbon is now about to become listed as ferromagnetic. Oh my goodness. When carbon becomes listed as ferromagnetic, then that means they have to acknowledge melanin in another way again. Ferromagnetism, that most mysterious of common properties of solids, has long known its place in the periodic table, down among the transition metals. These elements, which include iron and cobalt, have a net magnetic moment in the solid state because their atoms contain unpaired electrons. One of the last places you would expect to find ferromagnetism is in carbon because its electrons love to pair up to form covalent bonds. These bonds are the antithesis of magnetic order. So how can we explain the increase in number of reports of magnetism in carbon? Quantum mechanics, right? Asar, the perfect black, right? Quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics links magnetism inextricably with the intrinsic angular momentum or spin of electrons. However, unlike classical angular momentum, which can take on any value, and we showed this in Soulcraft 4, right? This is right here is the soul craft of, this is the soul craft. This is going to be legend, soul craft 6, soul craft. This is going to be soul craft 7. Either way, you was here in the goddamn building. You was here in the building. This is legendary. You ain't never seen, you ain't never seen a nigga do how many hours we at. And we ain't repeat, we ain't back up, we ain't double back, we straight going forward. Electrons therefore behave like tiny magnetic dipoles and atoms having a net magnetic moment. If they contain more spin up electrons than spin down, or vice versa. This often happens if the atoms contain partially filled electron shells, right? So go get the article yourself. I'm showing you though. I'm showing you. Resonance. I want y'all to have all this information before we get to the Enqi cycle. Before we knock the Krebs cycle out of the box, right? You got to have all this science. It's like an 8-year college, you know, like I'm giving you in one day, right? Resonance, the reinforcement or prolongation of sound by reflection from a surface or by the synchronous vibration of a neighboring object. You see that? By the synchronous vibration of a neighboring object. Didn't I show you that the geometry in crystals, when we saw the little video of the army man, he was breaking down. The geometry is based on the shape, the behavior on the shape. What I said, the geometry based on shape. The energy movement is based on the geometry or the shape that the crystal is cut. Well, we know that melanin has that 6-sided hexagonal shape. We know that when water structures itself, it orders itself into those, that same. So now what we're talking about, resonance. Resonance. The synchronous vibration of a neighboring object, resonance, right? Resonance is the answer to Kleber's law of mystery. Now, y'all may not know about Kleber's law mystery, so we're gonna get to it, right? But first, we're gonna recap, because I know a lot of people don't understand how our body's supposed to work right now, right? So this is what we're currently taught about our body's energy system, and this is where diabetes is jamming it up. So just so you there, right? Glycolysis, it makes 2 ATPs per glucose molecule, right? 2 ATPs for each glucose molecule that we metabolize. Cells cook glucose with oxygen, right? Fat, carbohydrates, proteins are carbon-based nutrients. So the energy that comes from food is carbon, from carbon bonds. That's why we get rid of the CO2, right? Carbohydrates and fat are carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Proteins is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. So, you know, all of the energy that's coming from this food is based on the carbon bonds being broken down, right? The fire burns, the CO2 is the residue, right? The released energy is still not bioavailable to the cell. Now look, this don't make no sense, but this is what's in textbooks. The energy released is still not bioavailable. So after we metabolize food and break it all down, your body still can't use the energy that comes out of the food. Ain't this some shit? So think about this. Your body has to use energy at every step to break the food down. All the way down through this process, breaking it down. And even when it gets to the finest level, when it breaks the carbon bonds, it still can't use that energy. That has to be recycled and repackaged and then remetabolized as ATP. Now, that whole complicated process produces mad reactive oxygen species, reactive carbon species, reactive nitrogen species, which would destroy the cell. Listen to what I'm saying. It's too little energy and too much free radical production from metabolism. It would have destroyed the cell a long time ago. This is why Kleber, who's a guy who came along and figured out that the ATP mitochondrial Krebs cycle, like the whole energy metabolism was wrong. And guess what they did? They just glossed over it. Listen, they just glossed over it. They glossed over it. They respected his gangster because they couldn't disprove it. So they called it Kleber's Law and just labeled it a scientific mystery. But they didn't take off the table the ATP metabolism program. That stayed on the table. So, okay. I know y'all remember this poll. We did this poll like 2-3 days ago on Instagram. I asked people, why did you forget to eat? Remember early on this morning, we looked at this, but I didn't give y'all the answer. The answer is the Enqi cycle, and I'm about to explain to you what the Enqi cycle is. Remember, I'm not talking about when you forget to eat and you all sluggish and cranky and you feel sick and all that. I'm not talking about that. You feeling lightheaded, dizzy, no. I'm talking about when you forget to eat and you upbeat, energetic, you know, you accomplished your goals, like you still ready, like you gotta wind down damn near. You so high energetic, you can't believe it. You can't get to sleep because you excited, you pumped, and you're not eating though. What's happening? See, you tapping into something that till the Enqi cycle wasn't explained. So this is the answer. Your primary energy source is not food. Your primary energy source is sound in water. And the resonance between water and melanin. Your primary energy source in a healthy black body, yes, is at the center of black body radiation. Yes, you got to know that all that starts with you. Sound and light separate the charge of water molecules, forming a magnetic dipole and exhibit anisotropic behavior. These opposing charge regions begin to spin. The vortexes are able to absorb mechanical or longitudinal waves and convert those sound waves into transverse waves, aka electromagnetic waves. As biological crystals, living water and melanin resonate, thus melanin can duplicate waves as particles or vice versa from water, then transform them into different types of waves and particles. And yes, it took me 10 hours to give you the science to cover my discovery, the Enqi cycle, the primary energy source, which closes the gap on Kleber's Law. Let me show y'all this here. Let me show y'all this here. Hold on. Oh man, hold on. See, yeah, it's work. We're gonna get to this. We're gonna get to all this work. All right, hold on, man. Okay, all right. My bad. I don't want to skip all this. I can't skip. I can't skip it. But I just, you guys can look up Kleber's Law. Right? Basically, Kleber's Law, right? So you understand the mystery of Kleber's Law. Kleber's Law says that basically there's a missing 1/4 of the energy to run animals, basically. Like mammals' bodies, their mitochondria doesn't produce enough ATP to match how much energy they put out in a day. So there's 1/4 of the energy missing from their body, and they can't figure it out. So you're like, yo, something's wrong with basically the whole way that you put this whole system of glycolysis and ATP, like based on these numbers, based on the number of ATP recycled and produced and blah, 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 going on the diet and the food and the calories and the the kilojoules per mole, and 1/4 of the energy required to run a mammal is missing. Where the hell is it? And it is 100 years later, and there was no answer until now. It's because we've been overlooking the primary energy source in the body. The ability for the body to convert sound into light. And for melanin to convert that into electricity. For melanin to feed mitochondria. Huh? Didn't I show you? Look. Didn't I show you? Everywhere you got mitochondria, you got melanin. Huh? I'm telling you. In physics, Planck is Max Planck. I told you we're going all the way in. Max Planck's law describes spectral density of electromagnetic radiation emitted by a black body in thermal equilibrium at a given temperature. When there is no net flow of matter or energy between the body and its environment, a black body is an idealized object which absorbs and emits all radiation frequencies. Near thermodynamic equilibrium, the emitted radiation is closely described by Planck's law, and because of its dependence on temperature, right? Your body has to have steady, a steady temperature, and it has to have steady pH, right? This is why, because crystals need to have a steady environment for stability, right? Planck's radiation is said to be thermal radiation. Thermal radiation, right? That's right there in the infrared space, right? Such that the higher the temperature of the body, the more radiation it emits, right? Okay, look, orders of magnitude of frequency. Look, I'm just showing you the information. Everything, we detailing everything. Look, orders of magnitude. Look, if you don't think this applies to your health, look at 1 hertz. 1 hertz is the frequency of your heartbeat. You better wake up. Not only is 1 hertz the frequency of your heartbeat, but that's the #1 most common tempo in music. When you have producers that make certain type of, they make the hits on 60 BPMs or 120 BPMs because that taps directly into your heartbeat. See, I'm showing you something. And mind you, look, all of this is within range of your brain waves. Right until we move into terahertz, right? You see the bottom? You see the bottom? Terahertz, right? In the terahertz, what do you have? Infrared light, which is heat. And what do you have right up under that? What? Electric matter, the right with light, type of height. Get it? What that say? Black body radiation emitted by the human body in the terahertz. In the terahertz, make sure you get that. Make sure you get that. This is why diabetes is tearing us up. I'm trying to show you something. Sound and light are macronutrients, primary nutrients. And just sharing with y'all some of this work. I've been reading this book for probably 20 years. Just reading it over and over. You know how you read a book? You put it down, and when you come back to it, your mind is different. So when you come back to a book, because you're different, the book is going to be different. Because you learned more, now you can extrapolate more from the book. I'm just telling you, this is the best book on understanding living crystals. And it was written in the 1840s. Right, let's go. Come on now. Look, fundamental molecules of life are pigments which arose and co-evolved as a response to thermodynamic imperative of dissipating the prevailing solar spectrum. Again, I have to ask y'all that question. When melanin absorbs light and heat and et cetera, what is it doing? What does tyrosine do? It absorbs light, the hydrophobic head, and the body, hydrophilic, electromechanical waves it makes in water, right? In mechanics and physics, simple harmonic motion is a special type of periodic motion where the restoring force on the moving object is directly proportional to the magnitude of the object's displacement and acts towards the object's equilibrium position. It results in an oscillation, which, if uninhibited by friction or any other dissipation of energy, continues indefinitely. Okay? This is why crystals are used in technology as oscillators, these natural oscillators. This is what your structured water, this is what that hexagonal crystal lattice structure gives to melanin and water. So you got to understand the spiritless, aspect of science where it divorces itself from, biochemistry deals purely with the vehicles of electromagnetism, but not the actual electromagnetism. See how insane this is? We talk about the body conducting electricity, but we do not talk about the electricity. Get it? We talk about melanin absorbing light and sound, but we don't talk about light and sound in the body. Like, this is insane. Let me give you a better picture. Look, step into this a little bit further with me now. The red blood cells, right? Now, think about the estimates. 25 trillion is the estimate we get, right? Each one of them, right, is carrying oxygen and carrying iron. So now think about this. 25 trillion cells carrying 270 million hemoglobin units. Each one of these units is carrying iron and oxygen. Think about this now. Iron is purely magnetic. So how do we have this many iron? Just think of these as little tiny iron, like little iron balls. How do we have this many iron balls flying throughout our body without producing magnetism? We don't. We can't. Of course, we produce a magnetism. So why would we not include magnetism in our, like, why would magnetism not be included in how our body, like when we're trying to understand our bodies, like why would that not be a part of how our bodies produce energy? Why would we only hear that our bodies can only produce energy from glucose? Why would we only hear that? Remember, internal melanin, the same as external melanin, the ratios. Because everybody's body's not the same. This is why energy metabolism disease only affecting you, because this only applies to you. Only your body can harness all of the electromagnetic and radiant energy being produced in it. Everybody else's can't. This is why they age faster. Because the electromagnetic energy being released
functions as a free radical in your body. It's converted into a nutrient. It's converted into energy. Do you understand who you are? Your blood is literally carrying electricity, magnetism, and light through your circulatory system at 3 miles per second. Think about how fast that is. 3 miles per second, and it's constantly rotating. So just the speed that it's moving and the constant rotation produces more energy, right? This a pigment, melanin. Like your heart has 4 chambers, just like your brain has 4 chambers. Couple this architecture with the blood vessels being coated in melanopsin, another pigment designed primarily for blue light, right? If you think about blue light, that's primarily what's happening with your red blood cells. Remember, they're red because they reflect in red. Why do red blood cells reflect red? Because the red light is what powers up water. So all of the red is being reflected into your, remember, your blood is 90% water, to create those little vortexes that turn sound into light. Okay, you catching on, That's a lot of current flowing at tremendous speeds throughout your circulatory system. The only thing is, in terms of your internal, that's slow. Your nerves and neurons conduct ionic currents 100 times faster. 100 meters per second, up to 250 miles per hour. So now we know that the electrochemical energy is chemiluminescent. At the same time, we're talking about radiation and magnetism moving simultaneously, right? Okay, so each neuron is equipped with neuromelanin and neuropsin, right? Neuromelanin and neuropsin. Now you can one up whatever you think and take copper interwoven into every tissue. Electric fields propagate through and around copper at 50 to 99% of the speed of light. Think about all this energy that's moving through your body. If you got all this energy moving through your body, think about this, and this is why you got to say the colonizer is so cocky. He convinced you that cells on this planet was waiting for cheeseburgers and frankfurters in order for energy. Think about it. Cells don't even have a mouth. Cells don't even have a throat. They don't even have, so why would your cell, think about it. You are a bunch of cells. Why would a cell need a sandwich? Think about it. If cells needed sandwiches for energy, we would have never got to complex organisms. No. The 2 things that was here before that had to power the cell, which is sound and light. Think of your body as a whole for a second. It's composed of water, protein, with minerals. A great deal of natural forming elements are paramagnetic. So think about this. They become magnetic if they come in contact with another charged magnetic body. Well, everything in your body is charged up because it's coming in contact with the atoms of iron flowing through your circulatory system. Huh? In a healthy body, that's highly electrified plant material, right? Aromatic amino acids, pigment. Right? Exercise. Right? But think about all the paramagnetic material in your body. Lithium in the brain. Oxygen. Your brain doesn't have to run on glucose. Your brain will prefer to run on ketones. Ketones is energy that your body produces when insulin is not in around. So if you're running on water or you're running on fat or you're running on protein, you feed your brain ketones. If you're running on glucose and sugar, there's no ketones. Ketones make your brain grow. Ketones are pro-neurogenesis. Glucose and insulin, anti-neurogenesis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know if y'all see this guy, some troubles, you know. Y'all know if y'all see this guy, some trouble coming. Right? So he coming back. He coming back, God damn it. Like you still need to discuss the psychosociological aspects of carbon and melanin. All right, God damn it, Dr. Africa. I guess we need to tackle the mystery of Black homosexuality on TV and in movies. God damn. Black homosexuality in TV and movies. I guarantee you this got everything to do with melanin and diabetes. Sit your ass down, don't go nowhere. As Black people, we know, and I'm not talking about the homophobic portion of our community. I'm talking about those of us that and I include myself in the formerly reformed homophobic, you know. I was ignorant, I had to learn. But I learned from coworkers and from family members, right? So I no longer consider myself in the homophobic. But we need to understand this information. We need to understand why homosexuality in the Black community is being overrepresented on TV and in movies. It's overrepresented. Overrepresented. I mean, everywhere. I'm like, I mean, it's overrepresented. It's everywhere. You know, I love the new Will Smith story, the Bel Air joint, but Ashley in the new Will Smith, it's just, we're being overrepresented with this in the movie, the TV and the movies. And it's good that we have a lot of Black people that are able to get into Hollywood and sports and get that money, but we need to know what's going on. So, okay, OG, we're gonna get to the bottom of this thing. The sociological, the psychosociological aspects. We're gonna get to this. Why are we being overrepresented in TV and movies as gay? Why is it been, what is happening right now? Where'd this come from? Where'd this start at? And so we're gonna start out here. We're gonna start here. We're not gonna spend all night on this, but I have to put this in perspective. You gotta understand this. It absolutely has to do with diabetes and melanin. Now calm down, sit your ass down, pay attention. Atrazine, some of y'all heard about atrazine. And I know y'all saying, hold on, Enqi, that's the stuff that turns the male frogs into the female frogs. Frogs ain't got nothing to do with us. See? The first thing you need to understand about this, before you don't think this got anything to do with you, is you got to understand that atrazine works by attacking the pathway in plants that produces the aromatic amino acids. So it works by counteracting the tyrosine that you're going to use to produce melanin. Right? Now, pay attention to this, because it gets even crazier when you realize who is the frog people. You must have forgot that you the frog people. That shit was funny right up until you realized that your ancestor, you Kermit, nigga, you Kermit. Kermit sips tea, you Kermit, nigga. fish and shrimps in there. The black restaurant, all they got is fish and shrimp. The Chinese restaurant, all they got is fish and shrimp. Because their life expectancy is going to be based on how this menu. Because you already know how this menu is set up. God damn it. The Japanese going to eat theirs raw. The Chinese going to eat theirs sauteed. And the black folks is going to have theirs breaded and fried in motherfucking grease. And you can't see the problem right there. Doc, we want to know what's up with diabetes. Huh? See, I got to deal with everybody today. We got to deal with everybody today. I want you to look up, type this shit into your damn Google search bar for the overnight healers that you niggas is trying to loan support and send money to, looking super goofy, while these niggas recommending you apple cider vinegar. Do you know that apple cider vinegar destroys melanin? Did you know that? Did any of these goofy ass black quote unquote holistic healers that's telling you apple cider vinegar is good for you, did they know that apple cider vinegar destroys melanin? Did they know that? Did they know that the green tea destroys melanin? Did they know that? Huh? These goofy niggas that's telling you about healthy coffee. The coffee, huh? The aloe vera, huh? They practicing genocide. They don't know. The health practices, that's everything ain't for everybody. All you got to do is Google apple cider vinegar and melanin. Google this shit. It's nothing to debate. We don't got to debate this shit. So let's go back. Remember, we was talking to Brother Enqi earlier this morning, right? You know me. As a naturopathic doctor, right? Exercise for insulin receptor sensitivity training, right? Fat, protein to maintain low insulin levels. Herbs to assist the body in repairing itself from the AGEs that rip up the tissues and attack the pigments, blah, blah, blah. Now I can add the key. Fill up your stomach on water, not starch, not sugar, not meat. Snack on the raw pumpkin seeds and the nuts. Use green apples and nut butter to manage your sugar, manage the sweet tooth. Right? But fill up your stomach on water. Water is supposed to be the bulk of what you consume. If water is the bulk of what you're consuming, your body can produce energy. I'm trying to show you something. Now, when you adopt these practices, you're going to have to stick to your medical doctor like glue, because your glucose is going to drop. Your insulin is going to drop, and it's going to drop quick. So you got to be able to have a doctor that, you got to be able to have a doctor that's going to be able to work with you. You can't see your doctor in days and days and days, or you don't have a doctor and your ass working off emergency room. That's not the program here. You want to get rid of type 2 diabetes, I can help you, but you need to stick with your doctor at least for the first month or a couple of months. I would say the first 3 months, you need to play a doctor like glue. You'll be ping-ponging between me and your doctor. So, how much do you invest in knowledge of yourself, dollar-wise? All I need is 100 people dedicated to stem cell research. That's black body research. People around the world, they putting billions into it. How much you putting into it? Somebody told me that they don't have to pay to watch this video because they donated to me before.
Y'all said, nigga, what?
You know these people putting up millions and billions of dollars.
Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018, radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018, radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Electromagnetic waves in your body work the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able to record what? Electromagnetic waves.
Ooh, that's fire though.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them.
Love you, boy.
Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
God says they'll regret what they did to you. Touch not my anointed. Do my prophet no harm. They're gonna regret, guys, what they did to you, man. People know what they've done. I'm talking about the people that walked out on you, the people that betrayed you, the people that set you back. God don't forget anything, man. Like I'm saying, God remembers everything, man. So don't go out seeking revenge. Be patient and wait on the Lord, because guess what? He's gonna renew your strength. Amen. God is going to reveal your enemies. He's also going to remove them before he bless you. Don't overthink it. Don't overdo it. Don't go and seeking revenge. Vengeance shall be mine, says the Lord. Amen. So people have a tendency to just do certain stuff to the chosen ones and think they're going to get away with it. You're not going to get away with it. It says, touch not my anointed. Do thy prophet no harm. And there's certain kind of people you just don't want to just mess around with like that.
You better watch out for those people that bounce back from everything that was meant to destroy them. Those are God's people, and they are not to be messed with.
Ah, 17 hours and 45 minutes. Technically 18 hours because we started 15 minutes early. We here. In fact, we here, and I think what I need to do, I think I need to give everybody a quick dinner break. Because we actually do have a few folks that's actually trying to like watch the whole 24 hours